It's only been like, I don't know, 458 years since the last show. It hadn't even been 1,000 like that, lately. With that said, there's oh man, there's so much news we could go over. Craig's going to be joining us. Hopefully, we'll have Steve with us tonight as well. We'll see. But anyway, opening up, there's man, I'll save this for when he gets back because he's going to like this news. So first and foremost, John Thune sucks. Surprise, surprise. Really, really sucks. They've are going on vacation. Going on vacation without giving us the save act. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Continuing resolution passed. Voter ID did not. So
for a country that is partly founded on the principle of if you act now, you can save this, that, and the other, it is kind of strange to hear the reversal so flagrantly ignored.
Yeah, it's something.
If you act now, you could save a republic. Seems like you won't.
Yeah, it'd be nice. How about it?
Well, I think Franklin kind of clocked this one. You can have a republic if you can keep it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
there we
also
go.
something about principled people of a certain type or something or other like that. But anyway, the news I was waiting until you got back to the
I
show
heard you
for the
had
news
that,
because as you're having your own dinner here, there's news about people in New Jersey at a great place that they can go for a wonderful dinner and dining experience.
Tell us about this great place
entertainment and dining.
What kind of entertainment?
Well, the most wholesome and family-friendly kind.
Most wholesome and family-friendly entertainment at a restaurant in New Jersey. I am excited. Tell me more about this place.
Well, guess what? They serve pizza, my friend.
They serve pizza?
They do. They serve pizza at
That
Freddy
sounds
Fazbear's.
great. Oh my goodness. I was
Yes.
going to say, do they serve Hawaiian? Because we should send those people to Gitmo.
No, there's going to be an actual, for real deal Freddy Fazbear's.
That's fucking awesome.
And
I mean, I gotta say, like, it's a little bit like delayed here. They should have jumped on that immediately.
Oh,
But
yeah.
That's pretty fucking awesome.
but it is going to be coming next year. It's going to be like
That's
a Chuck
so
E.
much
Cheese,
more wholesome than I thought it was gonna be.
but also
So vague.
above and beyond. Yeah, I know. It's fun to taste these things. So
It's so much better.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
it
totally.
could have been like, oh, it's a subsidiary of Comet Pizza. Oh God.
I hope not. But man,
It
they
would
could
fit the
do.
horror
There
theme.
are so many good puns that they can do in this place. But anyway, that said, it's going to have the Freddy and the band, the Foxy's Pirate Cove, just the regular stuff that you would expect at like a Chuck E. Cheese kind of experience. But it's also going to have a behind the curtain experience with like a survival horror, probably like escape room
That's
kind of vibe.
cool. You know what you remember playing laser tag? I don't know if you ever did when you were like younger. Like,
Oh,
when you were
yeah,
at skate station,
absolutely.
what have you? Dude, imagine if you had like the control room experience with laser tag. Just you're the guy in the control room, and if they get you with the laser, like just you could have 5 friends trying to get in there to get you with the laser for like a vent or some shit. They have to slow it down a little bit because compared to the game, the door is moving at like Mach 5, slammed shut.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
really good for the phalanges, but like that's like you could actually like do like the horror experience like in little like 5-minute intervals too, like that. They'd run around, get back in line, that kind of shit. You'd have like the control room line versus the mob line.
There's a lot you can do with that.
I'm just thinking like there's like because skate station kind of stuff like that's pretty close to a Chuck E. Cheese experience. Like laser tag was one of those kind of quintessential things you find at a place like a skate station.
So, don't have a specific date, but next year.
That's wholesome and awesome. I think that
actually.
is That is news we could have ended on, but I think it's great that we had that up front.
Oh no! I've got a banger of a closer, literally, or actually, or maybe maybe it won't go bang. Maybe it won't go bang at all because you won't be able to hear it. But anyway, moving right along. Moving right along. Also in excellent and heartwarming news, the latest episode of the television. Well, I shouldn't say television because I don't know if there's any station that would be bold enough or wise enough to jump on something
bold and wise.
Yes, sir. To jump on the absolute modern star-studded production.
That requires athleticism.
Oh well, maybe somewhat, but of course I'm obviously talking about the latest episode of the Will Stancil Show, just dropped.
Okay.
So you'll definitely want to check that out. I'll be putting the links below.
It do be published.
It do. It's here. It is now, and it's beautiful.
I love how the person in charge is just so the opposite of what people would expect of a person who doesn't like Will Stancil.
Oh well, there's your first mistake. Is that you think she doesn't like Will Stancil? No, she.
Oh, she adores him. Yes,
absolutely. She is trying to build Will Stancil into. You could accurately say that she wants him to be a greater man. That would be an accurate assessment of what Emily's trying to do for him, and I support her.
Yeah,
I support her in this endeavor to make him, greater or over. Some might say an overman, possibly. And howdy, Sam. Good to have you with us, sir. So, what a stunning way to start the night, right? Well,
yeah. All right, good. I'm not gonna ruin the momentum here. Keep going.
Oh well, just a real quick. Obviously, Lindsey Graham, not being able to. What's the word? Endorse a war from beyond the grave. His sister.
I'm sure there have been instructions that have been left behind.
Oh, no doubt. I have no doubt that he is probably haunting the various mail venues and around D.C. Anyway, his sister Darlene Graham, she had this to say regarding war and continued aggression against Russia, and just making things difficult for all living beings on the face of the earth. Anyway, that being said, this legislation was deeply important to my brother Lindsey. I'm grateful this bill was achieved such a wide coalition of support. That, of course, being the further Russia sanctions bill, because obviously that helps everyone. And Lindsey never saw a war he didn't like.
I feel helped. Here.
Well, you should. You really should. So what other fun, helpful stuff has happened?
A gentleman was arrested for trying to kill the president.
That happened again. Yep. As it seems to happen pretty frequently. This guy.
Yeah, it was another straight white male. You might even call him Jewish. Fucking ridiculous. Clearly a conservative straight white male too. This is as he was going out to California.
Oh, you mean Thomas Crooks, obviously. The one about which we know so many things. That was wearing the Demolition shirt.
No, not that one. The one, what's his name? Fuck me, it sounds like a J or something. I'm gonna have to actually look this shit up, aren't I? Probably. Alright.
Well, are you talking about the guy at
I gotta type in Trump assassination on... Yeah, there's a guy outside the golf course.
Oh, okay, yeah, the guy with the cache of weapons. Yeah, military vet.
That guy.
Let me see if I've got a name on this dude. Made some concerning statements. Had his rifle with him.
To say the slightest.
Janine...
That was it. Janine.
Oh. Janine
That was-
John Tail. That's it's an interesting first name. Is there a picture of Janine?
Yeah, there's a bald man named Janine.
There is. There is. So are we looking at a boy
And he
named
looks
Sue
like a
situation
straight white
here?
male, doesn't he?
Or are we looking at a boy who wasn't named Sue situation?
He is the straightest of whitest males. I'm certain he was also a Protestant or a Catholic.
Well,
a conservative through and through.
Mm-hmm. Tail. Well, I mean, based on the ethnicity of this white man, I would say the possibility of Catholicism is fairly high, as people know. The white Mexicans, they are known Catholics, so that would be that would track. That would track.
So ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
Anyway,
Completely.
so yeah, this guy, again, perfectly sane guy with a man named Janine. I'm sure that was totally the name he was given at birth.
Of course.
And Trump was going out to California for some RNC thing, and
Now that said, I don't know if they actually
What do you
found any
know?
weapons at the scene. Just that he had weapons back at home.
yeah. I mean, well, if he was sitting there threatening the president's life and they had reason to arrest him and check out his house, my guess is that he had weapons on him.
And they say a quote illegally modified AR style rifle, which who the fuck
See, that's
knows
where
what
you,
that
like-
even means?
That's the thing is, like, you see, you run me into having feelings on two different sides of that one.
Like, well, what's
Yeah,
the illegal modification? Did you make it fucking sentient and enslave it? What? I mean,
Yeah, there's that, and also like, oh, this guy was going to try and kill our
trap the
president.
soul
Not
of
cool.
a fucking orphan in it? I mean, what are we talking here? Come on now, give me something to work with.
Well, I believe it had the president's tulpa.
I mean, because what I'm looking at here, it doesn't have a magic third hole drilled in it, so. Maybe it's got. Maybe
I
it
bet
was.
it's got too much black and plastic on it.
Well, they say AR style rifle, so maybe it's a rifle that accidentally someone put a 14.99 inch barrel
what?
on, and.
You know what? I bet it says Armalite on it instead of assault rifle.
Oh, that's possible. Well, didn't you? I'm going to tell you something crazy right now, Craig. You're not going to believe this.
I bet you it doesn't even fire AK-47s.
It might not. It might not even load 19 clipazines. But no. The craziest thing of all, and you're never going to believe this ever in your life. But I'm about to break your whole world in half. AR actually doesn't stand for assault rifle.
I am flabbergasted.
I know. And the crazier part, it actually does stand for something.
Vexed.
It's not even like a BMW XI9 or something. It's not just
Does it
some random
stand
stuff.
for anus rectum? I'm just going based off of Democrat hopes here.
No, you're thinking of Anal Cunt, the well-known and internationally
right,
famous metal band. No, actually, Armalite rifle, if you'll believe that. I told you, you'd be flabbergasted.
Shocked.
Your gasps have been flabbered, haven't they? And speaking of having your gasps flabbered, we should talk about the news. But what news? The news about Sneeko, of course, over on Kick. They've made an update.
What the fuck is a Sneeko? Is that like when an illegal alien tries to come in under the fence and over the fence? Is there like a hat trick here?
Sort of. That's not far off, actually.
Is it like a Ronaldo, but like bad at soccer?
It would not be entirely inaccurate to say that it's like an unstable Ronaldo.
Oh, okay.
Man, that is a fucking deep-ass internet lore cut. Anyway. So, Kid put in a new feature, actually.
Okay, I'm hearing feature, but I'm also thinking bug. What happened?
I don't know if I would say that.
Sneak-
I don't know if I would say
Sneako's
that.
involved.
Because, well, the new feature has live chatter stats.
Mm.
So you can see how many people are interacting with
as
with
opposed
chat.
to
As opposed to
just watching or botting.
opposed to just botting around, as it were. And you are never going to guess what happened to a fan of the show Sneeko. Apparently, the viewers that he had prior, they just don't really like chatting. They're not big fans, and so they've left.
Because he seems like such a smart guy you should listen to.
Oh yeah, he's a guy that says
He's like
words.
a top tier intellectual, isn't he?
And yeah, he has a brain inside of his head. He does. He also has skin.
In his thinky place? Is it in his thinky place?
Yeah.
Is that where he has his brains?
Yeah, he probably does his thinky thoughts there too. Allegedly. So anyway, he was averaging about 5,000 live viewers. Doing okay. I know, not bad. Not.
I mean, I gotta say, 5,000 is roughly 1,000 times the volume that we end up seeing on a weekly basis.
I mean, that's fair. At least as far as live viewers, we actually do okay in views afterwards.
Oh, I meant live. I just meant live viewers.
But yeah, no, that's a fair point. So I mean,
I'm saying our after game is probably 10 times as well.
Oh yeah. Well, Sneeko's got the good pull-out game. Ho!
Well, you see, he goes for those prime hours when people have other shit to do.
Yeah, it could be those Amazon Prime hours. Well, not really. No, that's Kick. So yeah, there are no Amazon Prime hours for you, huh? Well, anyway, his average of 5,000 has suddenly gone down just a little bit. Like I said, the chatters.
Oh, man. Right after he was getting all the apropos for having.
Yeah, I know, right? Especially,
looks like it was all
especially
fake.
Him and his good pal Hassan both being featured on Iranian State TV too. You'd think that'd be a boost.
So what you're saying is his real performance is something more on the lines of like 10 to 100 times our normal once a week numbers.
Thereabouts, yeah. He's at he's hitting about 1.4 to 1.5K.
So you're saying is that if we streamed every single day during like the same hours he does, we'd probably have like 5,000 people watching.
Oh yeah, and if we were,
that's what I'm going to take away from this.
Well,
instead of giving a shit about him.
Well, too, if we were on like I hate to say this, like a real streaming platform, the show would do better. I mean, let's be real. We genuinely are putting out
as a sidebar. As a sidebar, that is actually a question I've been meaning to ask because memory serves here.
Yeah, we were kind of sticking around because our people were here. And our people aren't here, and they're working on something else. So
right, and so we're gonna be around until like they come up with something else. Like when does Odyssey, like?
Well, I think maybe the. Well, the thing is, Odyssey isn't a backup for us or anything. Odyssey has just been the place where we do our live shows, and if we don't have people here that have got our back, if anything should go weird, then we'll be going live on Twitter, X, whatever. It's going to be a shorter URL to put in. I've already done test streams, so that's exactly what's going to happen.
Okay.
Also,
I know you're the one in charge on that end, so that was I just hadn't asked since I saw that announcement.
No, that is I've got very specific plans. Howdy, Bats.
Okay. Well, good. Then we have plans.
Yeah. No, we're set. I've actually I've got the instance already created, so it's good to go.
Very cool.
Probably just going to do it because in other news, Nikita Beer has stepped down. The boar is gone, and with that, they've also issued in a big change to monetization.
They did. They made a huge change.
Mm-hmm. And so it's going from impressions to what are you adding to the conversation, to put it in the simplest of terms. Basically, what new content are you providing? Now, let me see if I can find the article here on that. Because I forgot to actually get a copy of that. So, let's see.
In other news, India and Africa devastated. Pakistan in shambles.
Djibouti?
Nigeria specifically.
Heartbroken.
Oh, man. Like, that's... I gotta tell you, like, the number of fucking... So I use this, this... I'll not even call it a blocker. It is an identifier. X-posed, so exposed.
I've got a good article on it here now.
You can block on a country-by-country basis, by regions, by tags, by affiliations, by languages.
Oh, yeah, somebody made the ultimate plugin that...
Or you can highlight instead, which is what I use. Instead of just, like, outright banning content from my feed, because, well, that would be useful in some cases for narrowing things down. And it's very easy to switch between these modes. I just wish it was, like, on an individual case-by-case basis rather than... you can only do blocking or you can only do highlighting. Because there are places where I just have no reason to ever hear anything ever that they say. And then there are places where I'm like, yeah, I'd rather, why not? I'll at least just know that I'm looking at possibly a hostile foreign country's agent of change. So I use it to highlight people, and it's very illuminating. The people who... Because you can always go through the process of clicking on profiles to check out where they're from, but this runs it all into the same interface all up front, which I like.
Yeah,
so it's very interesting to see like who is still pretending to be an American woman from Nigeria,
right.
Like that kind of shit. The pro MAGA account that's repeating the message to get them clicks. And then occasionally to go ahead and look into those people and see just how many tens of thousands of followers they have.
Oh, I remember a great one from last night, C.S. Lewis quotes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that was funny. Something like complaining about something or other. It's like, oh, and that's what C.S. Lewis said, you say? Huh.
Yeah.
Ah, man. Was it Low Ping that said it first? I love it when... brand accounts break character. Might have been
something like that.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, like having done a gimmick account multiple times before, great famous example, the one that got us scrambling for refuge. They got Godfrey kicked off. Poor Lisa just made the one comment. Admittedly, you could have twisted it to be in character, but about Gary Lineker, that cunt over on the BBC, calling him a disingenuous thunder cunt, got Godfrey kicked off of Twitter, old Twitter.
Yeah, those. That
was, and a lot of our accounts, Newts.
Oh yeah,
between us, like personal accounts and other accounts.
Oh, I have.
Like they were.
Oh yeah, no, they were absolute hard asses. I would say I have no idea how I survived, but I know exactly how I survived. I knew the rules, and I had to be very particular in not getting close enough, because you didn't have to break the rules to get banned back then.
No, you just had to be in the sunlight. You didn't have to even get near the sun. This is just a really, like, as a metaphor.
Yeah, basically, if the fucking Eye of Sauron fucking fell upon you, that's about all it took.
Kind of wild.
Yeah, it. Crazy days.
It do be like that.
It do. They don't think it be like that, but
it do.
It absolutely. All right, so yeah, man. Gosh, we covered some of the fun stuff right out the gate, so let's just keep up with the fun vibe. Share some more great news out of the WNBA. Actually, now, of course, if you're watching, you may have seen that Sophie whatever got like her face smashed in by some black girl in a blonde wig just the other day, and then I guess the black girl is upset that. She's not allowed to smash white girls' faces in, I guess. Apparently,
No, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, weird. Anyway, the WNBA commissioner has announced that the league they are meeting to determine and review the facts and the science I don't know if it's the Science TM or just science, but they're going to be reviewing these things to determine what exactly it means for a human being to be a woman. Because somehow they've been forced into this situation. I don't know if you follow the NBA much. There's a fellow by the name
I
of...
did see that there was a gentleman.
There is.
Sorry, gentlewoman.
No.
Gentlewoman.
No, gentleman. No, they don't have a gender thing over there. It's fine. It's, if he wants to come and play, he can. Anyway, that man, of course, being Enos Cantor.
What kind of personal pronouns are involved here?
Well, I will leave that to they, them to determine. But as of right now, we're sitting at about an 8% on Polymarket that Enos Cantor will be in the 2027 WNBA draft.
Enos Cantor, you say?
Well, I mean, I don't think it would be so immediate, but, well, Anyway. And I mean, if it works out well for Enos, then maybe Marco Rubio could look into something to do after he gets done.
I'm sorry, I genuinely didn't hear you right the first time.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I wasn't actually trying to be quite so cruel.
Oh, that's funny.
You're not half cruel.
That's funny. Yes.
So Enos.
Yes.
A very masculine name, you might say.
Yes. So yeah, he's
does he go by his middle name? Is his first name Peter?
I don't know. I would probably be rude to ask. I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to be so forward, such a forward. I don't know. Whatever. Hi. Oh man. So, oh boy, what's happened here? So apparently, there's something crazy that actually happened just over the last week. Now, I know that we've been reporting how flock cameras are only license plate readers. They do nothing else.
Excuse me, sir.
They are completely safe, and everyone loves flock and thinks that flock is awesome, and no one would ever do something mean and cruel like tear down one of the flock cameras, because that would just be
I think
an
tearing
unnice
down
thing to
flock
say.
cameras I think tearing them down is something that we should not do. However, I think that it is perfectly reasonable to construct a device directly in front of them.
Oh, sure. I mean,
Say,
think about it this way: free
board.
advertising.
Exactly.
So you've got people that, and as you know, we've reported on how helpful flock is. In that, you've got jilted lovers that can find out where their exes are at any given time. You've got like we reported last week. There was a politician, that likes children very much and was able to view the flock camera that was pointed at a children's restroom. They're super, super helpful devices.
Now, I got to tell you, it's not just the public servants that are getting in on that. I mean, the company itself has within its confines employees who do look at these things. And wherever those cameras are pointing, where you find out about somebody who is possibly, in the very most dilutive senses, potentially could have violated the confidence, trust, and safety of those involved. Who's watching the watchers at Flock?
Indeed. Well, I will tell you, sir. I will tell you who's watching the watchers. Your third eye's watching. Well, not your third eye. A Massachusetts man's third eye. His brown eye, in this case. So, somehow these license plate only reading devices that only read license plates and do nothing
remember,
else.
they only read a license plate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
they only recognize license plates.
Right. So you would think that if it saw something else, well, that's nothing. I won't make note of that. That's not important. But somehow it can differentiate between an asshole and a hole in the ground, apparently. So out of Massachusetts, a man was arrested after spreading his cheeks in front of numerous flock cameras around the state. So apparently, you can use these cameras to do more than read license plates, if you can believe that.
This is something that Louis Rossman has spoken about for over a year now, as to how these are not license plate readers, but cameras. But
so all cheek aside, but
the interesting thing there was also that this isn't, be it as it may, that this is a case of indecent exposure. I think the funniest part of all this was the fact that he was using his butt to speak at the cameras like Ace Ventura.
That is pretty funny.
Why at the beginning I said, "Excuse me, sir, I would like to ask you a question." I gotta say, this guy could take his show on the road, be it 18 plus or NC-17. That's quite the comedic act if he's able to do something that is worth a damn. I mean, he could even go full Carlos Mencia and just steal other people's jokes.
Yeah,
having it come out of some guy's clothed rectum would be pretty funny.
Well, I mean, it worked for Courage the Insult Comedy Dog, so, you could just kind of riff on that whole shtick, It's very doable. Yeah. Entirely. And just as a quick aside, because there's more to talk about with Flock, but because we are talking about public safety here and all, we should mention that the director of public safety out of Mount Vernon, the deputy commissioner, I should say, of public safety, Miss Jennifer Lackard, she, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on what exactly you define as the public and what you define as safe. Because she was being helpful, in a way, to a member of the public, of course being her son, but, she was helping him out while he was doing a drive-by and making sure that he got away.
Right.
This, of course,
I saw her face, and it was very funny looking.
Yeah. She
was
very, very serious.
Done with. Well, I liked it because she looked done with his shit in the car, and she looked completely over his shit in the picture of her smiling out in public too. It's like, all right, ma'am, you got resty angry mother face.
Well, I mean,
what exactly did he do to convince you this was a good idea? Was it you picking him up from the drive-by and, oh God, I guess he was in the car already? Some of this is not computing very well.
Yeah, it's very strange, math. The algebra isn't algebraing. At least not for me.
Yeah, Mara speaking. Yeah.
It's not trigonometrizing, as it were. Oh my. So,
yes.
The other Flock thing. What was this one? The perfectly innocent plan. Just two corporations thought, hey, let's we both serve the public good. God, I can't believe I was able to say that without laughing or choking to death.
See, when I hear that in a certain way, it's like I hear it in the same way where my buddy who was in the Army said, yeah, what good? We serve the public good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Well,
continue.
Yeah, so Flock was planning to do a little corporate tie-in, I guess a collab, if you like, with Uber and Lyft to make use of their dash cams in exactly the way you might imagine. To scan license plate, of course, to do nothing else. Nothing else.
So the big question is, when is Palantir going to buy them out?
You have to wonder.
Well, I imagine there's already quite the incestuous relationship between them as far as personnel goes. I'm just wondering when the end game's coming. You see, they're going to go for IPO. I'm certain of that. That's what a lot of this is happening here. Is they want motion on paper to attract investors, so that they can IPO and they can basically get their bailout ahead of time, because the rejection wave that's going to come afterwards is going to implode the company without any kind of financial support. And my guess is that the follow through, the backswing, if you will, is going to be just getting bought out by a competitor. In this case, probably Palantir as a fringe competitor, and it'd be a synergistic movement. And because Palantir, of course, gets part of its funding from a bunch of excellent three-letter organizations. You know, the pockets run deep there in a way that a company can only dream of as far as the contracts they could acquire.
No, that's true.
I mean, I gotta say, you know, praise for the American entrepreneurship there, but at the same time, do you mind doing so without violating our amendments so fucking flagrantly? You know, you gotta give a reach around when you're raping the people.
At a bare minimum, yeah.
Come on, where the fuck is my customer service? I demand service to customer.
You know, as they say, if you're not paying for it, then you're not the customer.
Yeah, well, I am paying for it. That's the problem.
Oh, well.
If my taxes are going towards it.
Oh, there's the really funny part, which is it just keeps happening,
customer.
despite everything, despite the taxpayers and the ones paying for the shit.
It's funny. I pointed out the camp, so I was with my dad in the car, and I pointed out the camera to him, and I was being, I guess I was vague with where I was pointing, but it took him a minute, and he finally figured out where I was pointing. He said, "Yeah, it's right there." Pointing at the intersection. I mean, the nice thing is, at least, you know, for now, they're very visible.
Generally. That said, there
are
rather a few local.
Oh, I'm certain they've got a bunch that are trail cams too.
Well, no, I don't mean that. There have actually been quite a few that have been reported to be hidden, kind of in plain sight or in boxes or things like that.
Oh, yeah.
That police departments are doing that sort of shit now. Or, even more interesting, hiding them inside the box of the side of the road speed traps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good stuff. So they were going to be working with Nexar, which is like one of the larger dash cam providers. In partnership, I guess, with them and Uber, Lyft, and whomever else is using that. So, good times. So that partnership, according to Flock told 44 Media in an email, it never executed the partnership with Nexar, but the presentation still shows Flock's ambitious plan to conscript ride share and deliver drivers, collect license plate data for its network, which, of course, you know. If they got that contract through, it would have been for... Well, they got good lawyers. Real good lawyers. So, that would have been it wouldn't have just been license plates. You know, it would have probably been license plates and anything incidental to the license plate. Incidental being typed in, you know, a .00000000001 font. Anything within the field of view at the time as the license plate. So, still staying on Flock, because this was a pretty fucking draconian one that came out. So, what happened is there's this guy that goes to Michigan fairly regularly, and I guess he's not going there to go shopping at the clothing stores. He's going to shop at a different kind of store that happens to be completely legal in that state. but not in his home state of Wisconsin. So this guy that travels to Michigan on the regular, the cops in Wisconsin sent a subpoena to Michigan for their flock data. And, well, they sent it right along because, well, they're a good corporate partner. And
But of course they're.
Mm-hmm. And so they took that information and were like, "Oh wow, you say that he passed right in front of this dispensary, you say, and then passed right in front of it too going the other direction. Well, that's interesting. We're going to tell that to a judge. See what a judge thinks." And a judge, being a judge, I guess, goes ahead and signs the warrant. Criminal complaint is issued, and there you go. So, first and foremost, yeah, guy behind all this, piece of shit dude. Apparently he's like a domestic abuser, and he's jumped his bail and whatever. That's not the most important issue here.
What you're telling me is that if you oppose this, you're a terrorist.
There you go. So, yeah. Anyway, they pull this guy over, and he's got weed in his car. And, gets arrested. Shabam, shabam.
Like uranium.
Yeah.
Totally evil.
Yeah. So, they spot the vehicle on the flock camera at the place where they suspect. Actually, here, I'll just read directly from the probable cause section of the court records. It's a short little 2-paragraph dealie. Later in the shift, the vehicle was observed hitting flock on several occasions, to include 41 northbound from Brown Road, 41 northbound and County Line in Marionette, 41 northbound on Bridge Street, going to Michigan. Based on prior flock hits, the vehicle travels to Michigan frequently, which is a known source state for marijuana, as it is legal there. Around 3:56 p.m., the vehicle was seen on flock heading southbound on Interstate 41 towards Green Bay. Deputies made a coordinated effort to intercept the vehicle on 41 from Brown Road. Deputy Kowalski initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle as the driver matched the description of Edward, who had a warrant, along with the fact the registration was suspended. The vehicle came to stop on Interstate 41 southbound, just north of Sunset Beach exit, in Suamico, Brown County, Wisconsin. There you go. Yeah, again, piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. Glad, sort of, that he's been got. But on that same notion, I don't like living in the fucking Panopticon. Sorry. Not sorry.
Well, you don't like living in Black Mirror?
Hello, folks.
Howdy ho, sir. A good evening to you.
Steve, how you doing?
I am going to point out well, I don't want to point it as a point of disagreement. I've thought a lot about the flock cameras. I am in favor of people tearing them down of their own accord. I think that is a business expense because it is public intrusion into private space.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think that the flock cameras are an inevitable outcome of the government not doing its job. There is, for those who don't know,
whether intentionally or not, but yes.
No, I think it's, intentionally or not. The government hasn't done its job, and this is, this gets into one of the challenges that you have, which is the paradox of freedom. The more freedom that you have, the less freedom that you have. And so this basically, in order to maximize freedom, you really get one of two paths, right? One is you have a hardcore authoritarian crackdown on folks who, in order to maximize your freedom, you basically need a strong government that's actually sitting there and prosecuting the people who are bad actors and breaking the social contract. And if you don't, then you have a situation wherein people are, breaking the social contract and inflicting themselves upon other people. And so I think the flock cameras are a product of, and you're going to need, massive amounts of surveillance because we've taken this hands-off approach with criminality. There is a market for flock cameras. Whereas if we just started aggressively prosecuting people and holding them for longer periods of time and executing those that were sitting there and terrorizing the citizenry, there would be no real justification for it.
Funny that.
So the product that we have, those who demand security and over freedom deserve neither, and
of course.
all that stuff. The bottom line is the flock cameras are a product of the fact that the government is not enforcing the laws. That's the reality of it. There wouldn't be, if the government was actively prosecuting criminals, if they were actively engaged in law enforcement, there is zero reason for the flock cameras, because crime won't rise to the level at which it's cost effective to run.
It's really funny that, I mean, you bring it up, they're not enforcing the laws. It's really funny that, like, we don't have a legal framework of compulsion on the legislators, let alone the enforcers, so the executive and judicial. Like, I think that, so for example, Texas ran down that one Congress critter to arrest them or bring them back to session for the vote, right?
Yep.
That is a legal consequence for not doing their fucking job.
Yep.
Now, for the rest of them, you'd think that as a legal consequence for not doing your job would be to get fired or something. With the judge, it requires you impeach them.
Right.
But then that falls back to the legislative side, because they're in charge of impeaching them. So, I mean, there's not like a similar mechanism that's like, and it makes, you know, frankly, it's coming more from an engineering mindset on, you know, how you put in a system of control on a system that's fundamentally going to have these chaotic elements. You have to have that kind of feedback loop. You know, so the two of us would say closed loop control, you know, turn up the game and get this shit going. But as it seems, you know, that's not something that is as facile to explain as a public policy, I guess.
Well,
you know, it's kind of like a senator running on a campaign of lowering their own salary wants to get into Congress. Nobody's really going to buy that right away.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
The bottom line is the way, so like, as much as I'm mixed on the flock cameras, because had the government been doing its job, I would be entirely I don't think there'd be a business case for it, right? Because you wouldn't have rampant criminality.
The proposition would be not there,
right? So I think the whole thing would be self-correcting in the event that police were enforcing the law and courts were putting people away, and like we didn't have folks like the Irina Zaretska case where you have somebody who's got 14 different fucking counts and a fucking psychopath stabbing people.
What was that? Like, one guy had like fucking 45 or whatever.
Yeah,
that,
you have to sit there and say, you know, we can turn around and we can look at the company, but the company is providing a service, and their service is essentially, it's okay that you don't do your job. It's okay that you don't enforce the law, because when things get out of hand, we'll let you recover the situation quickly, right? And that's essentially the argument. Or, like, we're going to provide you undeniable evidence of whatever the case is. And so this is a product of societal level choices.
So I got some more choices that I think might fall in line with your more libertarian leanings. I think that you'll appreciate it. While I think it's reasonable that in line with the law, it's unreasonable to destroy property that is not your own. So destroying the cameras outright isn't necessarily like that. Well, you know, you could call into question as a legal gray area, or a moral gray area, what have you. But like at the end of the day, it's very likely there are rules being violated, and that would be an enforcement action against you. I think that it would be far funnier, which would be my primary motivation on this one, because you know, property would probably also be violated. It would be that's the absurdity that I would find as a comedic aspect. It'd be far funnier to put up stuff in front of the cameras to obstruct their view.
Well,
why?
You know,
because fuck them. And it'd be someone else's property, and if they took it down, that would be illegal.
I do not have a moral qualm with people taking down a camera that the government is using to violate their right to privacy,
right to be secure. But you don't have a right of privacy. You don't have that expectation or right in public, though.
That's not true. You still have a right to be, you know, to your person. You do have a right to privacy.
You have a right to your own privacy in certain aspects. You have no expectation of privacy out in public. That is ruled on repeatedly by SCOTUS.
Yes, you don't have an expectation of it, but at the same and by again, right? Like I think that there is when
can
they're
be
pulling
secure in your
people
persons and
over
papers.
and they're running license plates and they're checking all that stuff
Yeah,
ahead of time.
right.
It's essentially warrantless searches, right? They don't have a reason or a justification. They're just screening people. But
But they
again,
can do
right,
that behind your car all the time. That's the thing. If you ever have a cop car behind you, they run your plate.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not disputing it, right? Like I'm not disputing
right.
it, right? It is
Right.
lowering the threshold level of effort for the government. And so I can absolutely get behind people who sit there and say, I'm going to protest this by destruction of the property, right? Because fundamentally it's their property, right? You know, you say, oh, the flock camera is the flock company's thing, but it's a government contract. So
Right.
if you are deciding to protest your government by the destruction of government property that is specifically, in your opinion, infringing upon your personal rights, I don't have a moral argument or a moral case to be like, hey,
Well,
no,
sure.
don't.
I think, as far as the moral aspect goes, there is a moral case for the destruction of the property. It's civil disobedience.
It is, and that's essentially where I stand on it. But again, I think I think that the flock thing, which I agree, it makes me uncomfortable. I think anybody who is a sane, rational individual, the flock thing, you should sit there and
there's something
and
wrong
be like,
with you
hey,
if you are comfortable with flock cameras.
yeah, if you're comfortable with flock, that's fucked up. But at the same time, I can also sit there and say the reason that flock exists is because the government hasn't done its job. And by the way,
You guys sound like you just hate children. You know, you want children to be killed. Think of grandma.
you can make all those arguments all you want. Like in a serious, in all seriousness, like the flock cameras are the first step.
Right.
So back in 2009, I predicted that we would be entering a civil war somewhere between 2024 and 2028. I think I've talked about this before. I think that we're kind of in that phase. We don't really have distinct armies, but I'd argue that the left does actually have kind of an organized militia group that they are running.
They got their brown shirts.
They got, well, I mean, you got the
Oh, they do.
Oh no, did we lose him?
I was wondering there, did we lose him or did we lose me? Guess we lost him.
Well,
Damn it. No, the worst part is, like...
Sorry about that, boys.
There you are. This is really interesting, goddammit.
What's that?
So this is really interesting, goddammit.
Well, so like I think that we're already there. You know, you got the Minneapolis case where it's a left-wing militia. It is rising in revolution against the government. I think that we were really. I thought we were really. I thought we were going to come early, right? I thought, come early in the classic sense. We're gonna get a little pre-ejaculation there during Biden's term, because it was, very egregious.
Such a shit president, yes.
But my original prediction was we're going to start seeing it between 2024, somewhere after the 2024-2028 elections. That's when we're going to go like full-blown thing. And the reason for it is because we had a bifurcation back in 2008 with the postmodernists rising into power, and that they basically colonized the left. The end result is that the left is operating not based on logic or facts or reasoning or actual like policy positions. They're whatever I feel at the moment. That's the reality that I face, and so therefore the government needs to act in accordance with the feelings of my reality, or how I feel about reality in the moment. And all of this is what will end up resulting in civil war. And the consequence of this is, I suspect, that everything will be reforged kind of in Heinlein's image, right? The original, Starship Troop. I really do. I think that that's what we're going to end up
that.
There is a... No, you look at where is the culture, right?
The supreme authority.
What are the cultural phenomena?
I want to see Ironside come out and do his bit if that ever happens.
Well, I think that you're going to be funny. So you're going to be looking at we can see the popularity of Helldivers, right? People were role playing that instance.
I mean, you spoke with my buddy Mike.
Yeah. So like people were role playing that instance, there is a craving for that strong authoritarian governance. And the reason for that craving is because this liberal approach has resulted in people's lives being negatively impacted across the board. Now, how do we get there? What's going to end up happening with the rise of the DSA? That's going to end up turning into the rebellion faction. I don't think they have a chance in a real war. I don't think they have a chance at a real national level.
No. The DSA, they don't have a snowball's fucking chance in hell.
Right, but they are going to be the rebellion forces, right? They are going to be the rebel forces.
They would kick something off, and there would be opportunism from outside. People have run the strategies on how it would go down. If America is to enter into a civil war, it would balkanize due to external forces. China and Russia have a huge vested interest of showing up on our west coast.
I absolutely agree. We'd see balkanization. I think that we would have a multi-front conflict, all that stuff. But realistically, I think what's going to end up occurring is that the DSA types, the liberal types, are going to lose because they fundamentally have lost the argument, right? The argument, and we could see that with the Trump 2024 election. The Trump 2024 election,
and then everybody finding out afterwards that the 2020 election was shit.
Well, it's not even that, right? The polling right now is terrible for Democrats. Objectively speaking, it's terrible for Democrats.
I mean, look
do
at
I
what
think
they're
we're going
trying
to
to
see
do.
a red wave? Are people in favor of Trump? No. Like, literally, Trump, if Trump had decided not to go to war with Iran, and if he had sat there and not fucked up the Epstein files as much as he fucked up the Epstein files, you would have a red wave in
definitely
the 2026 elections.
Very well, might still
Trump,
have a large gain on that side. I don't
think we're going to have a large gain. The bottom line is that Trump's behavior and Trump's approach has resulted in the Democrats having more opportunity than they would otherwise have. Trump
he's giving them talking points that they don't deserve. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's absolutely doing
that. That said, the DSA flexing is seriously fucking with Democrats.
Oh, it is. Hassan Piker getting as much play as he is absolutely.
El Said in Michigan is crushing them. The way that they're trying to recover from this with Mamdani and AOC and that shithead Brian Allen on X, the totally organic interaction where they call up and say, "Hey, we need this shit fixed," and he shows up and they fix it. And it's like, "Oh my god, government working for us."
Yep.
No. Like this, just the way that they're trying to do damage control, and the worst part for them is that they're doing their damage control with their most damaging actors.
Yeah.
And that is not like they think that they're going to be able to recover the personality and image of these people in the eyes of their voters, let alone the wider American public, and it's just not working for them. That is the thing.
Again, had Trump not fucked up in the way that he gloriously
it would be a slam dunk, sure.
It would be a slam fucking dunk. So, the only reason they have a fighting chance come this fall is because Trump fucked up royally.
Right.
And the only reason that it's probably not going to be a complete blowout is that people hate the Democrats that much.
That's what I mean. And the poster child for the other side has 9/11 on his wall behind him as he talks now, as a gift. And whereas before he had a diaper fetish art.
Well.
Yeah, and so again, going back to where I think this is going to land,
he knows how to decorate.
Assuming that Trump doesn't royally keep on fucking up, but that's not really a safe assumption.
All he has to do is
shut his fucking mouth,
say as little as possible, and do what he actually says he's going to do. Like, he needs to stop. I know we're in August, and in November is all you have to wait for, but what he needs to do is take Iran off the table as an October surprise. And he needs to finish the job or get it to a memorandum of understanding again.
Bro, he needs to
sit on it.
He needs to have actually taken action against the previous administration for what they did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all the domestic stuff is very straightforward.
The domestic stuff is what we like. That's going
to build the base. Yeah.
And it's not just build the base, right?
It should have been taken care of last year.
Every single time they came out and they released hey, look, all these people were doing all these things that are clearly, obviously crimes, but we're not going to prosecute them. That bullshit pisses everybody off. Because it's nothing more than political masturbation.
So
right?
Part of that. So you're right, but there's another purpose behind it. Part of that is because a lot of the findings are coming out through legislative inquiry and investigation, and the legislative branch is not allowed to prosecute; they can only refer.
Sure.
So, yes. So there's one of the aspects, and I'm sure that the Justice Department is so totally fucking done with this. One of the aspects, of course, is spoiling the jury pool for a lot of these investigations when they go out there and show the public all the work they've been doing by announcing everything instead of just fucking referring it. The problem, of course, is those referrals are also public. So if they
launch the referral,
their calculus, their selfish calculus here is that it looks better for them if they make the announcement and they get the small campaign bump out of it, rather than say nothing. Which, again, I'm sure the Justice Department is totally fucking over. But that's the shrewd calculus on their end. Is they got the info, they make the referral, which is public. They announce it.
I don't doubt that they're going to fundraise off of it or all the other stuff.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is people want.
But they're fucking it up for everyone else.
And like, as much as that's what I wanted, and that's what I said last year. Going into June, I said by June, if we don't start seeing criminal referrals, actual criminal prosecutions, that's about the amount of time that would be required to build a case. That's about the amount of time to send it to court. And like have the filing. If we don't see mass filing by June of last year, we weren't going to see it. And what do you know? It's August.
So there's been a couple things that have gone through, but what I can see happening, and this is the same shrewd dumb politics, same cynical bullshit. What I can see happening is some of this stuff being saved for an October surprise kind of phenomena.
Yeah,
especially where they don't have time to propose an alternative candidate. Which is brutal and sadistic for the people.
I get it. That sounds fantastic. The bottom line is, I think you said it best, is he needs to actually deliver on his promises. And he has, on some things. But immigration got all fucked, and he pussified out of that. The Iran war is not something I was cheering him on when he sat there and took Maduro, because it was an hour and a half excursion.
Oh yeah, that was over and done. I wish you would have done the same thing over there.
We are now into 6 months into this Iran fucking bullshit.
And it's starting to feel like Russia,
help his case when he comes out every 2 weeks or every Friday and says, "Oh yeah,
if they don't do it, we're gonna ruin them."
And then to try, and we know
every Friday we've won the war, and then Sunday evening, okay, they're coming to the table and we're gonna clear this up.
Yep.
It's old. Again.
It's fucking old. He's doing it to manipulate the markets, right?
And the markets are retarded enough to fall for it every time.
This is not something that people wanted. They don't want to be involved in sand nigger wars. Let the sand niggers do sand niggery things. I just have zero desire to be involved with them. The Middle East is a shit show. It's been a shit show forever. If you can do a 2-hour excursion and end the shit show, great. If you can't manage to pull off a 2-hour excursion and do the shit show, walk the fuck away.
Yeah.
I am okay.
This is also straighten out NATO.
I am perfectly okay with turning the Middle East into the largest reserve of glass on the planet. I have zero problems with that.
Look, I gotta tell you, having held some in my hands
with sitting there and exterminating all of the Palestinians, all of the Sunnis, and all of the Shiites. I really don't. If we're gonna go at it, just fucking go. It doesn't bother me, doesn't faze me. I'm not gonna cry about it because you know what? Tomorrow I'm not gonna wake up and hear about a car bombing. That's the reality of the world.
Call you Asmongold because that shit is just as brutal. You saw him
Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
talking
well,
that kind of
I
thing
agree with
on,
him. I
Twitter
agree with
get
him.
banned.
If I saw 50, 60,000 people and you've got
Yeah.
guards with guns,
Yeah.
my
Just
order
shoot.
would be open fire.
I mean, let's
Right,
be
fucking
honest.
open
I
fire, because
I said it in more
and we'll
explicit
deal with
terms than he did
humanitarian
years
consequences
ago.
afterwards.
So it's
Right,
whatever.
and if the streets were soaked with blood at the border, and all those
All right,
people in
Hassan.
Ceuta were shot, first off, it wouldn't. You don't have to shoot them all, right? You don't have to shoot 60,000
Just
people.
enough to get them to run
You
away.
kill
yeah.
like 30 of them as they're coming around the gates, and the rest of them are going to turn the fuck around. Like,
I mean, it would be the front page news for the next 3 years about the tragedy of the 30 who died.
sure, it would be the.
Oh, you
the,
mean
the
it would be
bloodbath-
free advertising
the bloodbath at the
of
Ceuta
how
border
how
and-
excellent
60,000
how excellent our borders are protected. You mean?
And
Right, like-
60,000 other people, however, would never enter the fucking country.
That's exactly right.
Which
It's
is
the same
point
thing
you're
with our
getting to,
southern border, right? Like, you turn
pretty
around
good down
and
there.
you sit there and you get that family coming over, all the families coming over, the like, groups of 100, the caravans of 1,000, and you open fire. You sit there and you get an Apache helicopter and you open up the fucking minigun, and a football field worth of death is just there. Nobody's coming back across that fucking border.
The thing that would actually be
That border
most
is
effective,
closed. You don't
The
even
thing-
have to
the thing-
defend the border at that point, because every single
You just send a
news
helicopter
station
over,
around the
every
world
couple
will
of
show
weeks
the
just to let
Apache
them know.
copter with a full fucking Gauss minigun that just eradicated anything that was there. Like,
let's see if I can,
You're
I
done.
can simulate the noise. Let's see if I can simulate the noise here. Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. But I
So
I
like,
will
was just
say
saying,
that
like,
I have
it
I've
wouldn't-
made
it wouldn't even be
I've
the
made
amount
similar
of death.
statements myself, maybe not as boisterously, but
right.
well, it's not like, again, I don't want people to die, right?
No, but that's
But-
the thing is people,
but, like,
people who come after you on this
the
stuff
death
are
is going
saying
to
that.
occur regardless. The death
But
is going
here's the passive sickness from the other side of it, though. You see, you're upfront about it, saying, "Look, I don't want death, but some death would prevent more death." The other
correct.
side says instead, you can't kill anyone, ignoring wholesale the after effect, which is way more death than you would ever advocate for being a possibility.
Right.
They ignore that and they cover it up and they will take zero blame for it.
Yep.
Let me rephrase it. They will accept zero blame for it. They will take it because fuck them.
Or how
But
about
they-
let me
Again, I agree with you.
Zero blame.
Like, I agree with you.
Right.
I'm in violent agreement with the stance that you're making, but like, and I know that Asmongold got fucking banned over this shit, but
Yeah,
that was
that's
I
the
sat
stupid
there,
ban.
I saw the Suda Spain thing before I saw his take on the Suda Spain thing. I'm like, why are they not opening fire?
Yeah, I know,
Right?
I agree. And
Because
the
I
thing is,
guarantee
did
you,
see-
you fell
did you see
that
Nick Shirley?
first line that was running that gate. You sit there
I
and you
would've
take
shot
the people that
immediately.
were pushing the sea line and the people that were pushing the main gate,
Oh,
and
yeah,
there's
you
just
give-
you
you
know,
give them
just a
20
short
people
wall
dead in the
of-
front,
of death to
bleeding out
crawl
the
over,
streets,
they're gonna
agonized
think about it
breathing,
again.
the whole violence, and then you have a whole bunch of guards sitting there, guns raised. Everybody's going to turn the fuck around.
And here's the other thing of it: is the
60,000
same
people ain't coming in.
the-
15
all those
people
bleeding-
die, and you don't have to do any management.
And
How many
Steve-
people probably of the 60,000 probably died anyways because they came into a country thinking that they were just going to get taken care of,
Well, most of them
and there
went
was
home.
no way to do that.
Most of them saw there were no jobs there that they were told were there, and they just went home.
Yeah.
Now, here's the other side of it: is like, so as an aside comment, the same people who would have a bleeding heart for the invaders of Ceuta are also the same ones who say that abortion is healthcare. Fucking retards.
I mean,
But further, the most effective thing wouldn't even be the amount of death that is imposed at the gate, so to speak, that to prevent these people from coming in. It would be the effectiveness, and that is demonstrable without actually killing a single person, which is the argument you use to kill the poison pill of you just want to kill brown people. It's like, no, I fucking don't. I don't want to have an invader into the country. And it doesn't give, and again, this is their argument that they would immediately set upon you because racism is as effective as they make it. The fact is that you'd have these invaders as a potential concern for the health and safety of citizens inside your country. You don't even have to shoot them as they're trying to break in. You just have to show them that if they do break in, you're going to shoot them. This is the same kind of thing when it comes to dealing with kids. Like, you don't have to beat your child to get them to get in line. You just have to make sure that they know if they fuck up enough, they're going to get the ass whooping of the century. You know, reading the Riot Act is an important thing for a reason.
Yeah, fair.
And this is the reason we're seeing right now in Ceuta is you need to be able to let someone know that you are capable of great violence should they force you into that corner.
Yep.
And the fact that Spain let 500,000 people stay in Spain illegally and just gave them amnesty.
Well,
right.
this is what happens when you put
now all of a
communists in
sudden you have
government
to deal
positions.
with it on a recurring.
And
this,
what happened in
this ties
Morocco was
all the way
they
back.
emptied their prisons.
This ties all the way back to the discussion that we were having regarding the flock cameras. Because people are not doing their job, because we are not violent when we need to be violent, the end result is that a company is selling us passive security. We wouldn't need passive security if we had active security, but now we need to pay for passive security and rights infringement because the government is not sitting there and targeting the people who are infringing upon our rights. So because the government isn't doing it, now another company is going to step in, and the rest of we're going to have our rights infringed one way or another. The difference is just how pleasant is it.
I'd like to make 2 points on that, actually, that I think are very pertinent. First, I'm going to just quote Adam Smith. You probably know where this is going, but I'm going to quote the whole fucking thing because it's even better with the full context. They reflect that mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent, and oppose to the emotions of compassion which they feel for a particular person a more enlarged compassion which they feel for mankind. He was talking about that outgroup preference even then. First, Blackstone's ratio, point 1. And point 2 is that I don't even know. I guess we're being sold a false bill of goods.
So that's the statement I wanted to hone in on just a minute ago. There is the bill of goods. Importantly, there that we're paying for it either way. Key thing there is that we are paying for it.
Yeah.
Putting in a middle person like Flock does not. All that is a slight shield on the actual culprits here, which again goes back to Steve's point: the government failing to do its job, and it's not even just a failure on the basis. On the basics we already covered, doing their job outright. It's also when it comes to paying for Flock with our money, they're still not doing their job. They don't do their due
I have a
diligence
tertiary point to that, actually, that I think would be worth mentioning. It's what we discussed last week. And that's the man with the gun. The hero. And
totally for fucking free for the rest of us. All of a sudden it got done, didn't it?
Yeah, or in the man's own words, by the way, and I will quote him here, it's all a LARP until it isn't. Jordan Salinas said that. Wow. But the point I'd like to make with that is that we have the media, which isn't giving this man the time of day, maybe Fox News, independent media.
I'm certain they gave him some time of day, specifically just to castigate him. Look at this evil man with a gun who did the police's job for them.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been
How
out there.
dare he endanger the public by shooting his gun in a direction?
Bullets don't stop. It's like, Jesus Christ, they do when they land in a target you aimed at.
Yeah. Oh, and just to fully clarify, by the way, he did not drop the perp. The perp dropped himself after receiving bullets fired back at him. From apparently now 3 people.
Good.
An off-duty police officer, Salinas, and another off-duty, maybe sheriff or something like that.
When some faggot brings out a gun in a crowd, every person in the crowd should put a fucking hole in them.
Yeah, if you're going to start shooting at innocent people, well, I think they need to be shooting back at you.
I mean,
I've said it, but it's never going to stop being true as long as we live in the modern world, and that is, you are the first responder. You are always the first responder. You are only the first responder. Anyone else who makes it there afterwards, is either going to have to help or clean up.
Well, Steve will be more familiar on this front too, but this actually is an extension out from safety third. You say safety first, but it's not really safety first. I mean, you come first, sure, but you're there to do a job, and if it's inherently dangerous, you want to put your safety in there, but you also want to get the job done. Obviously, safety is what's going to come first for you, but it's not for everyone else.
Oh, and just as
by the
by,
something I had to discuss with someone else was that freedom is not inherently safe; it's inherently dangerous.
it is. And on that very specific note, I will throw below the well, actually a couple of links to some flock related stuff, but beyond that too, there's been expanded surveillance video of everything that occurred from the in and out surveillance, so that'll be available below if anybody'd like to get a more detailed view of the gunfight as it went down. But speaking of fights, we should probably mention this one out of Reclaim the Net because, well, of course, there's 4 bills now, not just one, for the kids, because you got to think of the kids. The Kids Online Safety Act, the new one, the Chatbot Act. What is this one? Have they actually got it spelled out what it is? No, they don't. Does it actually say what this fucking thing is? How they came up with this retarded fucking name? Children's Health Advancement Trust Boundaries and Oversight in Technology Act. Oh my god, I hate you people so fucking much.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That makes me want to cackle like a goddamn supervillain at how much I fucking hate these people. I gotta take a fucking second.
Now look. I'll be the first to say,
God
and
damn.
Steve may or may not be in the same boat on this one, but anybody who's in science has been on this boat before. I'll be the first to say, when it comes to going to a conference or putting a paper into a journal, it is always fun to see just how long of a title you can come up with that will maximize the characters that are allowed, and also how short of a dumb question you can ask as the title. And so when it comes to something like this, I would put forward a self-referential acronym if I could, because it would just be funny and very Linux-coded.
So I understand that from the academic side, and I've definitely seen that in academic papers.
It's just funny.
My experience has been, so I have a rule where, probably a rule, is that the more pithy the statement, or the difference between a dumb person and a smart person is that a smart person wants to dumb down everything as much as possible, one, for their own ability to analyze it because the world's inherently complex, and two, to bring everybody else on board. A dumb person will attempt to make things as convoluted and complex as possible. And that's basically, it's an ego trip.
A person that likes to pontificate on their elucidations.
Right, exactly. So the difference between a smart person and a dumb person is not the number of letters and syllables that you can throw together in a sentence. It's really on whether or not it's going to be, whether you can get your point across in a clear and concise manner. And Einstein addressed this as well. He said that if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. There's actually, Feynman had an equivalent version of the quote, and this is what you end up finding out. And so, whenever I read,
go ahead.
Sorry.
I was just say Feynman's statement was, so a student who asked if you could come up with something simpler, he said, if you want simple, find another universe. This universe is beautiful and complex.
Right. When you turn around, when you start talking about woke science and woke research and woke this and woke that, you know what the real telltale of it is how many friggin' letters and words and syllables and how big and grand those words are. Because 9 times out of 10, they're talking about they're taking a simple simple topic and making it complex, whereas smart people overwhelmingly try to take complex topics and make them simple.
Right, like the overwhelming misogyny of glaciers, for instance.
Yes. Feminist glaciology. God damn, it was funny.
Right.
Oh, I wish I was.
So I think the other side of it is, so how did I explain to you roughly what my research was before? So I had a pretty
Well,
funny
see,
short way of
that's
saying
different
it, right?
though, right? That's different because when you came in and you talked to me about your research, because you did sit there and go into it, and we've definitely gone off on.
Right.
You and I have absolutely been on this show probably about 3 to 5 times, and we have gone off and we started talking, and then as time went on, the verbiage has got more complex. We went into more esoteric concepts, usually stuff that was PhD level and above, and Evans had to pull us back from the fucking brink.
Oh, of course. But I had a
because
really
when you
simple
talk
way
the
of
same
stating
language,
it at the
you can have a much more complicated conversation because everybody
a much
understands.
richer conversation.
Yeah.
But how did I start it off? Because this comes to the simplicity that you were talking about, and it's I think while it does trivialize to a degree, like I think it's relevant in that I basically said I almost burnt plastic by squishing it around a little bit.
Yep.
And then maybe that cures baby cancer or something. But that is an example of just by rote and nature of the things, like that's an example of what you're talking about. I didn't start off by telling you all the complicated shit. I'm not going to go into it.
Yep.
But the thing I started off with was the simple basic idea, what I actually did versus the general consequence.
Right, and that
was the question: was what did you do?
That's the challenge. So while I've definitely seen that in academic journals, the consequence of seeing that in academic journals is every time I look at it, I'm like, that's just an idiot attempting to look really smart.
Oh, yeah, but it's I gotta admit, so the game as it is when you're in academia is not just to do that, but to see if you can and then not. Like, you're not supposed to actually send in the 256 word title. You're supposed to send in like your 25 word title or whatever. The one that asks like a decent question that gets you to think, and then as you read the abstract, it becomes clear what the hell they did. Part of it is a hook. Like that's the worst part is they don't really tell you. There's got to be a degree of marketing and advertising going on with what you do. Right at the ass end when you're trying to sell your idea to an editor. It's like, shit. Well, that makes sense now. How do I get eyeballs on this stuff? Fuck. I'm not supposed to be personable. I'm an academic.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think that's been my experience, and one of the challenges that you have when you're dealing with smart people from the engineering side, like you're in the academic side, I'm in the actual like in the trenches engineering things. It is I am in a war with all of my younger engineers all the time because overwhelmingly they will use too many words to describe too dumb of a subject, and everybody sounds confused.
We call them
undergrads. Or the other thing they do is they tend to be overly limiting in terms of what they can and cannot accomplish. That's a separate problem, though.
We call them undergrads or those fucking undergrads in academia for a reason.
Yeah, it's 90% of what I deal with as a senior engineer, principal engineer, is going in and taking people's papers and basically being like, no, you got to write this differently. Here's how actual writing works. You need to sit there and why did you sit there and why is there 3 paragraphs here to describe something that can be summarized in a single sentence?
Yeah. No, that's absolutely the way it works.
I have I see it, but I don't see it from the, hey, this is fun. I see it from you have just pissed me off.
Well,
like I said, you're not supposed to actually send that title into the journal.
Well, I've got a great example for you guys.
It's fun
here.
to see if you can do it.
I've got a great example for you here. I had my friend write this up for me real quick, and you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about, and no one else will. And then I'll drop it. So,
alrighty.
The derelict Falcon 9 second stage residual mass executed an uncontrolled hypervelocity intercept of the lunar regolith near the Einstein crater at approximately 2.41 kilometers per second squared, depositing multi-megajoule kinetic energy that excavated a transient cavity while generating a spectroscopically confirmed sodium-lithium ejecta plume.
Right. And so is this with the encabulator or without?
This is without. This is without.
Okay.
This is non-turbo encabulator.
Instead of landing, fucker buried.
Yeah, so if you weren't watching, it was a cool video. The Falcon 9 second stage went right into the moon. It's fucking cool as shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. That shit right there. That shit right there, people. That's exactly what my man's talking about.
When you understand enough technical jargon, it often becomes a plaything. And this is the kind of plaything we're talking about. And the epitome of that, of course, is the encabulator.
And the turbo encabulator, of course.
And the turbo encabulator. I fucking love those videos.
Oh, very classic, very classic.
I still get them sent to me, and you know there's like 5 or 6 of them that were made over time, and that guy is still fucking on top of his game.
Oh, peak stuff, definitely.
Yeah, no. So what you don't do is you don't send that to the journal to piss off the editor. You send that to your PI so that they can ask you rather, what the fuck is this? And then after you get your giggles out of your system, you go ahead and send them the real title, without all the bullshit involved.
Yeah.
Although it is sometimes funny if you know the editor, then it's fun because, especially if the editor happens to be your PI, which was the case for me for the Journal of Rheology. It's like, hey, boss, I got a joke for you. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of jokes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perez Hilton.
Reality here.
That's the joke.
Yeah, so I got told by Bats not to look that up or to click on it in trending. And I was
well,
like, all right, well, I don't give a shit about Helton's anyway, so I don't see why this is
That's fine.
gonna
Have you
involve me.
seen Event Horizon?
Oh, see, that's the thing.
Movie?
He brought that up.
Yeah.
He brought that up, and I was telling him that was like on my list of things to watch, like in the very near future.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
the movie.
I guess it's like just because I'll go back and rewatch movies.
Okay, well, watch that, and you'll get the same experience.
Yeah. I've heard that, and I saw a couple people post a couple things, just in the feed, and then I did not pursue. But it sounds like he gave himself a Ginsu job.
Yeah, pretty well. Very, a little Hellraiser-esque, a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that said, it's not it's not like some ogreish level shit, but it is explicit.
So he needs some help, is what you're saying, and not help doing what he was doing, but something else.
He needs a lot of help. Perez Hilton's kind of an absolute fucking piece of shit. That
Okay.
I'm not going to continue that thought. That
So
needs a
on
lot
brand,
of help.
alright.
That needs a lot of help.
Is Perez Hilton the guy who used to do like celebrity commentary?
Yeah. I believe he never stopped either.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I just, that's in the. My wife used to read him. I never found it particularly compelling, but I find nothing about celebrities compelling. So
Yeah,
that's
I do not see you being a celebrity gossip guy at all, ever.
What, Steve?
I know, right? I could be wrong. I'm open to that. We could have Steve just bust in here and be like, guys, Robert Pattinson, he's my guy, or fucking whatever.
Wasn't he the Twilight guy?
I think so. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he did like a.
He's
else
been Batman and like.
He's
apparently
I was gonna say,
actually a decent
he's
actor.
actually. That's what I was gonna say. Is I've seen a couple other things he's been in, and he's actually pretty good. It's a real shame that he started off being a golden faggot.
Yeah.
Sparkly faggot.
True. Yeah, it wasn't gold; it was sparkles. But yeah.
Yeah, he shined like a diamond,
But you know what? I just watched last night. Obsession. That was very good.
I've heard good things.
I've heard that. I have to see it still.
It is It is a very good movie. Like, I know that it has the highest ratio of cost to
Heard
make.
it's got a Shlalama twist in it too, so that'll be cool.
No, I mean it's a classic monkey paw,
Yeah.
right? And there's certainly, like, watching the script. It's not something that because you put yourself in that position. You're like, hey, how would I handle this? And I'd be like, all right.
Well, we've all seen the dinner scene that has been memed on. You know, where she stands up and
there's
there's
a lot of those scenes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those scenes. There's a lot of those.
Makes sense.
Yeah, there's it is and
a lot of hysterics.
No, I wouldn't put it as hysterics. It's a very, like, so the core of it is there's layers to the whole entire thing, right? Obviously,
right.
there's the classic monkey paw, be careful what you wish for thematic element. Right, that's absolutely a thing in that movie. And then, you know, who's the one who's obsessed? That's another theme in the movie that you come across all the time. But they do have creepy movement, you know, but it begins it begs the question of where is obsession and where is possession. And it even sits there and gets into kind of, well, in the background, right? It gets into what is the driving force? Is this the difference? Is it a devil? Is it a demon? Is it Janai? You know, what are we dealing with here? Which are never answered questions, but it's one of those things where if you're familiar with multicultural lore on essentially this thing, because the be careful what you wish for trope shows up in pretty much every single.
Yeah, there's basically an example in every what? Oh man, I forget the name, but every cultural, like, history, basically spoken. Or,
yeah. Right.
Every communal history of like every society basically has a story something like this of some variety.
Yeah, it's very, like, it's not a unique story in that regard. My wife, who didn't find that the girl to be particularly good at her job. I thought she was. So obviously the dinner scene's the thing that everybody sits there and hops to.
Right.
But she does a fantastic job in role just switching. And so like I said, right, you know, you spend the movie kind of debating internally what's the difference between obsession and possession, and like, you know, I saw feminists being like, oh yeah, he raped her. I would agree. That's, I think, the point of the scene. I think that literally is the point of the scene, and then you get
between
into
obsession and possession, huh?
Yeah.
I think I have something that will show you that. Here is the fuzzy barrier between the two.
Tay Swoofs. Watch out.
I'm sure it's a furry thing because he likes furries.
No. This is actually.
Listen,
this is now an ancient
catch
meme.
The show where the two of you guys were like gang banging a furry.
I think you got onto the wrong show.
Oh no, that was definitely, you know. I saw the chat channels.
Yeah,
you and your furries.
You probably got onto the wrong show. There was there's only one massive mistake. No, two. Fuck, the one where I forgot to fucking record. But there's only two massive mistakes of shows in our history, sir. Thank you kindly. And unfortunately, one of them.
Furry.
Yeah. Yes. Anyway. So, Craig, some good news. The 11th Appeals Court has banned... Well, actually, they didn't do shit. Actually, the law went through. They've just backed it up. The ban on kids going to drag shows with sexualized elements and everything.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's constitutional.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Of course it is.
Well, it kind of always was, but now the courts have agreed with something completely plain
they've agreed
that anyone
again,
should have known. ever anywhere. But yes.
Again, right, this is one of those things that always makes me chuckle because, so I was reading up on the Roe v. Wade stuff over the weekend because I was curious as to
God, that was a fucking garbage decision.
What was
I can't
the challenge
believe that
to
stood
it, right?
for so long.
Well, it's not a surprise.
No, it was
right?
a fucking shibboleth, but still.
But like, I wanted to find out what was the original case. What were the original damages that were assessed? How did the whole thing walk all the way through the courts? And what was the final determination? And, you know, I remember it being explained to me back in 02 or 03. I think it was at a Bowling for Columbine party, a watch party, because I was very liberal back then. And somebody explained it as, hey, the Supreme Court wrote law. They're not allowed to write law. And that's basically what the Republicans are saying they're going to get it overturned with. And they did.
Fast forward. There you go.
But like you get into stuff in terms of the constitutionality of what was done. Obviously, the Supreme Court cannot write law. But you also get into the question of what laws can be written, and the 10th is pretty clear. Like anything that's not delegated explicitly, like delegated to the federal government or explicitly banned in the Constitution, is under the purview of the states. And so, of course, it's constitutional.
Well, that's the thing.
Nobody's saying, by the way, nobody's saying that trans performers can't perform trans shit, right? There's no explicit or implicit First Amendment infringement. It's just saying you can't do it for this audience.
It's like the thing is, you know, this I brought up with my friend the other day. You know, I mentioned, you know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was very clear on Roe v. Wade, that it was a horrible decision, never should have been allowed, and that it should have been handled by the legislature. That was not for them to do, and that she, you know, and basically she was very conflicted on whether or not she would uphold it or get rid of it. And that's the thing, is all the liberals and hippies were saying, oh, well, she's going to keep Roe v. Wade because abortion, and you know, and she believes very strongly in that. It's like, I'm pretty sure, as a constitutional, as a constitutionalist, she would have gone the other way. She would have gotten rid of that.
Yeah,
she would have had a lot to say about it.
Because like, when you dig into it, it was bad law, all the way around.
Horrible law.
I don't know. I honestly cannot say whether or not the federal government can require states to make things legal. I don't think you can do that.
No, but they can write, because supremacy clause, they can just make it legal or illegal.
That's not really how the no, you can't, right? Like, you can't mandate things be legal. You can't mandate support of things. You can't mandate that somebody carries something forward.
Well, you can't mandate it, but for example, you can encourage it subtly through whether or not the state gets a budget.
Yeah, they could absolutely turn around and say, "Hey, you're not going to get this bundle of funds unless you make this okay."
You don't get funding to fulfill your requirement to uphold interstate highways unless you have a drinking age of 21.
Right. There's other levers of power the government can absolutely do to encourage adoption of specific laws. But I don't think the federal government, like, I was thinking, hey, my criticism of the Obama administration was, why didn't they take care of Roe when they had a chance to take care of Roe? And I was thinking about it today, and I don't think they could have, because I don't think you can pass a law mandating that something be legal in the states. Like, I think that would have fallen.
You can pass a law that says, and it falls on a constitutional gray area. You can pass a law that says it's illegal to make something illegal.
I don't know if you can.
Like I said, it's a gray area.
Yeah, like it would be interesting. It would definitely be something that would have to go to the Supreme Court.
There's contours on. If I remember serves, there's contours on that are drawn, but it hasn't been fleshed out. And so it's not outright illegal or unconstitutional for the federal government to do that. But there has been like one or two cases that have been struck down. A law has been struck down for trying to do that. Like they shy away from it. Certainly, they usually press on funding levers. Anyway, So good news. No more drag shows for children at fucking Disney.
Yes.
Finito.
Yeah, little things. Little things.
Every day you look for the small miracles. God bless us all for having them.
Well, you take the wins where you can get them. And actually, this last week has been pretty okay. A little crazy, as they all are. But, again, we take what we can get. And in, I guess I should say completely unrelated to anything news, but it's just kind of cool. And I've mentioned them before. Atelier Misor, the company doing the large statuary and bronzes, they're actually doing one for Starbase. They're doing a 50-foot Prometheus, and it looks really cool so far. And in other related SpaceX news, they dropped the images for, is it the Gigafactory? Oh, Terafab. That's right. That's the new one. Yeah.
Terafab.
Yeah, so they dropped the concept image for this, and it is...
Guess what state it's happening in?
It is not happening in California, believe it or not.
That's right. It's not happening in California.
No,
Three
sir.
words. 3 words cause a 16.8 billion investment up front to disappear, evaporate into the wind.
Poof. Like a fart in the breeze.
What were the 6 words?
3 words. It's,
3 words.
Fuck, no, I can't remember. Basically, it's that dumb cunt that told off Elon, basically don't do it in California. And he's just like, all right.
Yeah, it was something along the lines of you're going to get taxed and investigated, and okay, fine, then I'm leaving. And so they're putting together $16.8 billion to get started on the America's first modern chip fab. And
that's not true. It's not America's first.
I said modern.
It's still not true.
Is there
Global
a current
Foundries
gen
is
chip fab in America?
Let them have their branding, damn it.
I genuinely didn't
you
know
are
that.
correct. You are correct, Steve.
So first off, all chip fabs
correct.
are modern, but Global Foundries literally just built the fab here 10 years ago.
Oh.
They started construction. I don't think they've finished construction yet.
Oh, well, fair enough then.
I mean, Intel already has one on the way. TSMC's invested in another one on the way.
Yeah, there's a ton of. IBM has
Another one.
There's 4 or 5 major fab locations in the United States. They're constantly being sold off,
We mentioned the big
repurposed, torn down, put back together.
We mentioned the big 3 that were coming into the works over the past couple of years, and that's more than 3 now. So, like I mentioned, TSMC, Elon's is going to make another one. IBM's got another one.
Yeah, okay, well,
they are. Yeah. Well, no, again, let them have their branding. Let them have their marketing.
Well, that's
wrong,
not even branding or
but they have
marketing.
their
I just didn't think that there was a current generation chip fab here in the States, but
Oh, yeah.
it's good to know.
They're not 7 nanometer chip fabs right now, but they're 25 or 10 or whatever.
That's perfectly acceptable. So let's see if they've got anything on
They'll
their...
make RAM, goddammit.
Nothing, unfortunately, on the specifications of what they're aiming for. But I mean, if it's an ultra modern, cutting edge chip fab that's providing its own power and a closed loop system,
I got a feeling, because they riff on the name, I got a feeling Terafab's going to produce a tera load of whatever it's producing.
Wouldn't surprise me.
So we've got something in the United States that China can't have. They haven't discovered it, and they probably won't.
So they've got
In North Carolina,
got 100 million square feet is planned to be used for the final facility.
We have pristine silica. So sand to sand.
We do,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
That is actually something worth mentioning. We have,
And now we don't have to ship it to Taiwan. We'll just make it here. TSMC should have been moved here decades ago, but it hasn't. It should be fucking ASMC at this point. Just Just fucking change your guys' name. Just move it over here. Like what they're going to do. Like this remember we talked about like trigger points for World War III, yada yada, Taiwan, and that as part of our national security interest in the region, we aren't going to give that place up, even though we recognize it as part of China. We're not. We have our cake and eat it too by saying we support a free and independent democratic Republic of Taiwan, if you will, versus the People's Republic of China. But we recognize the PRC's ownership of Taiwan. So we have our cake and eat it too.
It's not have your cake and eat it too. Those are different periods of administration thoughts.
No, that is how we do it now. That's the reason why Nancy
I know,
Pelosi
but it's not a have your cake and eat it too. It's a previous administrations. So when it comes down to why is it that we recognize the CCP as China, this was all part of an attempt to inroads negotiate with the CCP and like get them to play nice, and they didn't.
Correct. They Hong Kong.
Right. Like so like we started that policy. I don't know how you'd undo that policy.
We scuttle and we get the fuck out. That's what we're working on Fabs here for. We don't want World War III. And we're certainly not going to sacrifice our country and the security of our systems to them.
Keep calling this thing a fab. Are we talking about like are they doing like standard PCB board chip manufacturing, or are they doing silicon processing?
Well, like I said, there's chips, there's fabs and foundries, right? There's fabricators and foundries. What we actually need in this country is more foundries.
I think
we need more
that
silicon
this is a foundry.
To give the bare wafers.
I think.
If it's combined, well, it's called Terafab. It better be both.
I think it's like an all-in-one. I believe, like it's a completely closed loop system. On that. I believe.
My guess is they're going to go the direction Texas Instruments kind of went on the selling side, which would be great if you could like get Tesla chips. I think that would be fucking amazing. Well, one, it's amazing branding because go America, man.
And Intel is apparently partnering as well in this, at least to some degree.
Yeah.
Although none of that's been nailed down at this point.
Well, I mean, look, Intel is great for chips. AMD is great for chips. Both of them have their design teams located in Israel. I really want to see us have an American design team located in America. There are American design teams over there, but they're over there because a lot of the expertise that gets done, that is involved in making chips, is Israeli. Like we cultivated our stuff over there because they're a great incubator for the kind of expertise that we needed. I want to see that happen here in the United States, and this looks like a golden opportunity to get that shit done. Like the think tanks need to be here too, or they can travel by plane. They can go between the two different places.
Okay.
But I'd rather have it closer to home where it's not going to get blown up by a terrorist.
All right, it does look like they are not going to be working with external foundries. From what I can tell, it looks like they are going to be their own foundry. So it is going to be an all-in-one.
Perfect.
So that would be
buy from North Carolina.
The difference that you're talking about. We do have modern fabs, and we do have some foundries. I don't think we have anything that's major.
Yeah, this is a fully integrated facility, so that's pretty impressive. And that allows for a lot of innovation that you that's a lot harder to do when you've got that many companies working together.
Right.
I would actually.
It's not necessarily hard.
So that's not necessarily true, right? One of my courses was actually.
Yeah, I mean,
we
you'd
got
be the
to
guy
talk to the CEOs of all of the major chip manufacturers.
Mm-hmm.
It was hey, here's a lecture series, and this is something I hadn't actually really studied all that much, so I chose to go with chip manufacturing. So we heard from AMD, we heard from executives at NVIDIA, we heard from executives with TSMC, and the overwhelming consensus is that within the fab space, they have actually generally found integration to be problematic.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's a supply and demand issue.
It's a mix. Yeah. It's not just that, but it's a mixture, right? So
Yeah, well, that's like the leading one is like you build up your supply, you have to warehouse it, and you're still dealing with the fab side where you got to focus more of your attention.
right. So like they found and what they find is that one, you end up space is always the premium. And so you don't necessarily like you end up having to, oh my god, I've got to sit there and dedicate all these people and I got to shuffle them around. Whereas dedicated fabs and foundries are a much better choice. It's much better to just buy the shit on the open market and make it yourself.
There's usually not a whole lot of streamlining. There's usually not a whole lot of streamlining you can do to integrate the processes together.
Well, and not only that, when you actually get into like fabs and foundries, it's not like innovation is happening at the fab and the foundry. The fabs and the foundries are buying tools. So the way when we start talking about chip manufacturing, it's not like other things. It's not like a process plant where I can tweak a variable. You buy a tool. And the tool has a specific thing that it can do. It actually operates on specific wavelengths of light, or...
You're not building a better wrench. You're using it.
And that's really what it is. And so, when you sit there and you start talking about these chips, they might go through a couple different tools in their pathing, right? But it's going to be very specific. So if I've got a, whatever the company is, Apple needs chips from Global Foundries, right? They're going to, and they want a 7 nanometer chip. So they're going to run it on their 7 nanometer line. And that'll be your photoresist application, which can only go through a handful of tools, which are all purchased from like Tokyo Electron or whatever the specific manufacturer of the tool that theoretically does it.
There's that one in Europe, the Swiss tool maker, right?
Either way, right? Like the bottom line. So a lot of these tool manufacturers, they end up dropping a tool, and it's literally, like Craig said, it's basically nothing more than a wrench, and you're just sitting there and wrenching stuff out. And the crews that they have there to manage these tools are not really improving the tools. They're either A, fixing the tools, or B, attempting to get them to work. Because these companies that are manufacturing these tools are manufacturing them on... the crazy part is the tools themselves are being manufactured to support products that don't exist yet, which is wild. So, like, I think it was the 5 or the 7 nanometer line. And at the 5 and 7 nanometer line, you're actually, like, the difference you have for, and this is it's down to wavelengths of light and specific wavelengths of light and photoresist. And the size and scale of this was so small that you're getting into quantum tunneling problems associated with electrons.
So we had a lecture series on that from so you do seminars in grad school. You have a seminar where you either have an invited guest or you have people who are like fulfilling the requirement to get to a degree, present their research. And we had people on campus who were working on the photoresist stuff, and they went into the aspects of you're dealing with light, you're dealing with wavelengths that are on the order of the size of the film that is produced, instead of much smaller than the film of polymer. If you get it spread out, you're going to have a thin enough film where you're going to have this diffraction issue, and you have the tunneling aspect is there, but the quantum nature and wave-like nature of light really does start to fuck with things. And then we talked about the etching process, and you get this like underbite underneath that kind of gives you this open cavitation underneath when you don't want it in some places, so you can kind of counter that with the shaping of the photoresist when you do the original.
But either way, the point is that the tools to do the process are produced before they actually figure out how to do the process.
Yep.
And so they spend so you sit there and you start talking about, hey, why is integrated approaches really problematic? And the answer is, if I want to get the 7 nanometer line up, I've got to dedicate my engineering resources to getting the 7 nanometer line up. And when I'm getting the 7 nanometer line up, I'm not running the 14 nanometer line. And so, or I'm not solving the problems that I'm having with the 14 nanometer line. And so the end result is it really just becomes a deployment issue. Whereas, so a chip fab that says, hey, I've got the Asus chips that are being used in whatever, and we need to produce this on, and they're all 14 nanometer chips. It's not going to be getting this higher end stuff. It's just better for me to sit there and send it out to a fab that specifically does that line. And, maybe they're handling the Asus chips and the NVIDIA chips and, some little sideboard wanker computer company that's going to produce 100,000 products for the year. And so they'll just churn this through the 14 nanometer tool set to build the chips that they need. And it's just better to have it be a standard process, because then your engineers and your resources are only dedicated to that one line.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I mean, specialization is kind of where all of industry is gone worldwide.
There's usually advantages up and down. And, Elon may, by sitting there and linking the fab and the foundry side, Elon may successfully find a way to get better integration.
Yeah, to be honest, it's not a bad idea to have, such an all-in-one kind of manufactory. Especially too, though, if they can get people from other companies in, like if they get more than just Intel working with this, like the more minds they've got on it, the better. Because, like you say, there's a lot of skill and acumen involved in something like this, and the more that you can bring to bear.
Well, look, if he's building a fab, the easiest way to get a fab up and running is to run someone else's designs through your own equipment, so that you're getting a rent rather than a responsibility. So, going to Steve's point there, the innovation side of the actual manufacturing is not necessarily happening inside the fab or the foundry. It's happening at the design station of the tool makers. This goes back to the idea, who's it better to be during the gold rush, the miner or the guy who's selling the pickaxe?
Yeah, true that.
And so there are the people selling the pickaxe. They're over there in Switzerland, or they're over in Hong Kong, and they sell the tool. But at the end of the day, when it comes to, okay, who's it better to be? The guy who's doing the mining, or the guy who's doing the evaluation of the gold at the end, or the guy who's pouring bars?
It's pencil given form.
So like the guy, so basically it's better to get up and running. It's better to have Intel give you designs to expand their manufacturing capacity artificially with your devices.
Well, at the end of the day, if you've got a blueprint for something that works, that's a hell of a lot easier than building something brand new.
And more importantly, it's a hell of a lot easier and beneficial to you if you can charge the guy with the blueprint money for your guys to build their shit. True
that. That is actually part of the Chinese model that I actually like in the way that they run a lot of their manufacturing.
And in doing so, the people that work at, say, Terafab are going to gain expertise and insight into how these things are designed, how best to implement them, how to design them for manufacture. DFM is a huge thing in industry.
And so to be fair, everything that Elon touches as far as refining processes for existing products has done very, very well. He and his people are pretty good at that.
I am less bullish on the Musk.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not opposed. Look, I think Elon does a good job with a lot of stuff. But if you actually sit down and go through the companies and do they work, they do not seem to. Most of them are revenue negative.
That's probably fair.
Like, again, I'm not saying their stock is problematic. Their stock is fantastic. It's not based on anything. There's no fundamentals behind it. And I'm talking, like, this is coming from a guy who doesn't really do fundamentals. Like, I'm familiar with it, but I want to find the crazy fun stuff, which I haven't been successful with this year because of fucking Trump.
Well, you know.
But I don't know, man. Every time you turn around and you get into any details on his companies, he's got, like, all these ideas. He's got all these companies. He's got all of this investment money. And yet the actual products or the actual companies themselves aren't making money.
Well, look at what he's doing with the Boring Company. And obviously, you know, I picked one.
That one took a minute to really kind of catch its feet.
But it's doing stuff now.
Oh yeah, like it's actually revenue
he's using his the thing he does is he makes a company to do a task, and then he has another company he has pay that company to do the task for that company, or they might contract out and do it for a third company, which
in itself is actually kind of Trumpian, which we've reported.
I was going to say.
Because Trump does the exact same thing. It's like people are like, well, where the hell can I go and buy a Trump water? At every single Trump resort, actually. Well, where am I going to get the Trump newspaper? You're never going to guess this, but at every single Trump property. Well, what about a Trump steak? Have you ever eaten at any of the restaurants in any of his properties?
That's the other side of it. This is the one that treads a line. That's one of the things that people who investigate fraud look for.
True.
If you build up an ensemble of companies that pass capital between them, you know, pay their taxes, etc. But it comes, you know, to fraud and to laundering of capital. You know, how do you get around some of those boundaries? And some of those boundaries are crossed legally and illegally with a mesh of companies that do business together. So it's obviously it's not an indicator of direct abuse of law or violation of law. It's just like one of those things.
Red flag
that they look for. Yeah, it's not even it's an orange flag, if you will.
Yeah, fair. Well, it's something that would pique your interest.
But if you were, say, a cynical person who just hated Musk, or you have complete Trump derangement syndrome, like, this is the kind of shit people will point to and say, aha, the next time we're in power, I know what we're investigating. Well, shit, you know, and that just, and those kind of investigations do a couple of major things that a person who might hate these guys would want. One, it stalls them in their progress, and two, it costs them a fuck ton of money to overcome.
You know, there is a solution to most of these problems, and it's already on the books. See, there's this thing called the Communist Control Act, and all we have to do is follow the rule of law in the Communist Control Act.
Just press the fix everything button.
Yep, it's right there. There you go. Just invoke the law. It's right there. It never got taken away. It's just enjoy. Go for it. Do the thing. Communist Control Act. Goodbye, commies. You aren't people. Don't let the door hit you, where the good Lord split you. Or do. I don't fucking care. Fuck commies.
You probably like it.
Whatever, as long as they're outside, I don't give a shit.
I mean, I like hitting with the good Lord split.
Well, anyway, speaking of strikes, tungsten. There's a whole shitload of it. Maybe the biggest in the world.
Not as much as you think, but yes, a lot of it.
Yeah. Well, out in Nevada,
dense, man.
they've found a lot. What was it? 1.78 million tons is what they're thinking is there, and
that's a lot of wolframite.
Mm-hmm. Now, that said, there's apparently some issues involving NASA land contracts or something along that in the area.
Ugh.
Because, of course, there's going to be something. And apparently it's a national security thing?
Tungsten's important.
I don't know. But so is tungsten. So it's probably going to get resolved because we have problem solvers.
Mine it, goddammit.
Yeah, we got problem solvers
Jesus
at NASA,
Christ.
and we've got problem solvers at the EPA,
Mm-hmm.
and
That's right.
it's probably just going to be a problem that gets a solution.
I got a cousin who's a lawyer at the EPA. I should call him up and just be like, "Hey, man." I think
And-
I think he's in the Florida EPA though.
And speaking of problems with solutions,
Just call us like, "Hey, man, solve this. Deregulate, damn it."
I know, we've said before on this show that bullying is maybe not necessarily the worst thing in the world. It certainly serves a purpose. It can serve a very good purpose, even. In this case, we reported, I believe, I don't know if we got to report on it last week or not. I kind of don't think we did. But
Right.
a creator, been following this guy for a long time, a guy by the name of Max, goes by Hot Diggity Demon. He's been around since the Newgrounds days. And just a nice guy, weird, little macabre, great artist, and just been making cool stuff and being a decent dude out there in the world for the last, Jesus, that's like fucking 20 plus years now. All right, one more crunch for the road. There we
you
go.
go.
Nice.
Sorry, hold your ears.
Posthumous warning. Anyway, so he had put out a stream that he was going to go to Switzerland and get medically assisted getting killed.
Right.
And on doing so, his community, myself included, I left a message with the guy. Hey, I really hope you reconsider. A lot of people similar. Anyway, he not just that. There were also a bunch of people that were real mean about it. But either way,
Of course.
it worked.
Cool.
It did. Sometimes, folks, bullying is the right path. So he, in his words,
Don't kill yourself, you fag.
he said the response from fans, quote, snapped me back to reality. And yeah, he did. Now that said, he got a little apologetic in, his follow-up video, which is like, you got nothing to apologize for, buddy.
Hey, we all go through shit, man.
We do.
I'm just
people have
glad. I'm
trouble.
just glad he I'm just glad he woke the fuck up, and
I'm glad he listened.
it's-
I'm glad.
yeah.
I am more glad that he
I'm glad
reached out for help, because
Yeah.
so many people
Men
never
don't
ever
do that. Most men who try to kill themselves do not reach out. They just do it, and
Yeah.
they're good at it.
And
In fact, this is something I was discussing with my buddy. Men are a hell of a lot better at it than women are. It is one of those very distinct things.
yeah. Well,
Women talk
why do you
about
think
it,
the
men
rate of trans
execute,
suicide is so
goddammit.
high? Wow! Shout out Charlotte.
Women just talk, men execute.
Yeah, they know how to follow
Themselves.
through with a plan. It's like,
All right.
That's all right. That's why search and rescue folks like myself exist. We'll go pull those bodies out of the woods for your family.
yeah, or the river, whatever.
There you go.
It's beautiful.
Over the
hill.
hill and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Just took a very different meaning.
Oh, is it that time? Nope. Alrighty. Well.
Oh no! I'm not crunching a bottle.
Oh no, not you. I thought Steve was bidding us a good night.
No,
Okay.
no, it's
Well,
a
I'm-
Saturday, boys.
Hey,
I'm
I couldn't
I
hear.
can
I
fuck
couldn't
off.
hear for all the bottle crunching. So
Well,
My brain
it's
put
it's all right.
words together that didn't exist. You'll have that.
Why can't he just be a normal Jew and clink his shekels?
Hey,
Like, why the
I'm
fuck
sorry,
does he have to
you want
be
me to-
annoyed about it? He could just turn around and be like, yeah, there we go. Like, why don't you just finger your shekels?
oh
That's-
dear.
That's the way it works.
Oh, speaking
Hold on a
of,
second.
we should probably mention Mackenzie Scott, Jeff Bezos' ex. She's a very charitable lady. $26.3 billion she's given to charities.
Damn.
Yeah. So
How much of that was real?
the money, Oh, all of it.
No, the charities.
Well, I hear that Nazis wear red suspenders. And that, if you're asking a question like that, you're probably a racist.
Oh, okay.
So,
That checks out.
there you go.
Don't want to be racist.
You don't. It's that's the worst thing in the world. I can't
you
even.
need to be anti-racist.
I think that all of those Suit to Spain people should have been so not racist they shot them.
Well,
Not because they're brown, it's because they're invading.
well,
The
yeah,
fact that they
exactly.
didn't get shot because they were brown is racist.
It's incredibly racist.
true. Oh, speaking of racism, also, we should probably mention, this little detail that passed over the last week. Federal judges, finding that the TPS Haitians, those 350,000.
Yep.
The cats, the dogs, they can sleep easy tonight.
Now,
That
going
temporary
home,
protected
boys.
status is gone, sir.
Yeah, because
Goodbye, so long.
Massachusetts judge was like, well, we're just not going to rule on it. And they thought that was going to be a fucking win.
Yeah. So, yeah, TPS gone for
Time to-
Haitians. Took
to
fucking
take
long
my
enough.
ball
I'm
and go
glad it's
home.
finally done, though. Thank fuck.
You think it's done? It's not done.
Well, this
Not until they're home.
fair. Yeah,
If
there's
gonna be
always an
another
appeal.
Stupid stay.
There's
Gonna
always an
stay on
appeal.
the
There's
order.
always a judge.
There's an appeal.
There is always a judge who's got something to say. For
I'm
instance,
glad, however, on that topic, yeah,
someone's
someone's getting impeached.
We'll get to that. But first, out of Louisiana State University, via the New York Post, the son of the judge who is overseeing gang cases of the Madison Brooks case that we reported on some while ago. Well, her son, you're never going to believe this, convicted serial rapist.
I
And
don't
she
believe
has
it.
not
Oh my
decided
God.
to recuse herself from this this gang rape case. Curiously,
I believe that.
who could ever have imagined that would happen? I mean, other than a person that has a brain that functions.
That is just. Sir, my belief is being suspended as we speak.
I know, isn't it crazy? Isn't it just crazy? But that said, there is a little bit of news about some judge impeachments. Andy Ogles has filed, actually, some articles thereof, the very impeachment deal,
Oh,
for Judge Allison Burroughs. But what for, you ask, dear listener? Well, for the little action of not ending the TPS on Somalis. Goodness gracious. Can you imagine that? Well, long time coming. Oh, shut up,
we can do
Fox
that a
News.
little
Go
more,
on.
right?
But, yeah. So, let me see if I can get a better article source here. There we go. Yeah, she had basically, I mean, we reported on this at the time, but she ordered that somehow this fucking district judge can issue a stay on the president and his authority to determine whether a temporary status can be ended. Just to review.
You see, with the many precedents that have been set, well, not really precedent so much as just repeated evidence thereof, for the executive branch to be in charge of foreign policy directly in that fashion. Like it's getting to the point where it is contemptuous to issue a stay in that fashion. To do any kind of injunction in that fashion, that such injunctive relief should be summarily dismissed instead of summarily granted.
You would think.
Then again, I think that judges who let out a person who's had 40 different offenses, and but they'll be good boys in the 41st.
Well, so like
I
was
think they
saying
should
there,
also be like held accountable for it.
like I was saying when we were talking about the flock cameras and how I think we're gonna go through Civil War, and I think there's gonna be a couple things that end up happening as a result of this. One of the key things that's going to be a key discussion point is who votes. I think we're gonna move away from universal suffrage.
lot
It
of
has not
discussion about
proven
that.
to necessarily be the choicest of systems in the modern world. No.
And then,
There's a lot of
you know,
discussion,
like,
and I think
here
people
we
being
are.
blinded
Like,
to it.
just to be clear, I think we're going to see a system that is going to be net taxpayer. So, you know, folks, even in this conversation, aren't going to be voting. But I think that's one of them. I think the other thing that's going to end up happening, one of the studies that was making the rounds about a week ago, was the study that showed a difference between women and men and their empathy center pre and post judgment. So
Yeah.
I think what's going to end up happening is as we go forward, positions of authority will end up having a psych test, or at least I don't want to say a psych test, but like a functional brain test. Where
Well,
we
there's plenty
evaluate
that don't
whether-
have a functional one right now, so that would be a step up.
Yeah, so it's gonna be I suspect one of the things that'll end up happening is, you know, we won't discriminate against women, hopefully, but
No, they're
if you
perfectly
happen
welcome in the
to
kitchen, right?
not be able to, you know, separate, or if you're not able to if you're not able to vary your empathy, that will probably be you're not able to pass judgment.
Well, let's complete the phrase on this one. The same way people talk about systemic racism when they just say racism. The phrase is unfairly discriminate. We discriminate all over the place, all the time, fairly, and for good reason.
Yeah, our brain's built to do it.
You know, your job, when you interview for your job, they are discriminating against people who do not fit their profile for a good candidate for their job. Unfairly discriminating against someone on, say, the basis of their skin color is the kind of thing you want to avoid, or on the basis of their sex. But if it comes down to whether or not a person has a functional brain that specifically fits the criteria of, I don't know, making sure a criminal goes to jail, that might be something we look forward to as not being unfair.
Yep.
And I don't like the fact that there might be a correlation, but my feelings don't fucking matter.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to end up happening. Now that's not going to be a 2028 that's what happens. That'll be part of the reconstruction phase.
That'll be 2036.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a quick turnaround. A quick turnaround.
No. We're going to have a like if Civil War occurs, it's going to be very similar to the previous thing. After the Civil War is won, there's going to be this like phase where we decide what level of power and authority we share, and that'll be Reconstruction. And most likely it'll end up being, how do we do this in a way that doesn't look like we're fucking douchebags?
As long as we regard actors with the same level of concern as Romans. That's like that.
Oh, you mean like whores? Okay.
Yeah. I mean that's a
Lower than
that's a deal
whores.
breaker for me, basically.
What's that?
Oh, that we have to treat actors in the Roman fashion.
I know nothing of this.
Oh,
The Romans considered actors to be lower than whores.
yes.
Like whores on the street.
Yeah, like you don't listen to actors. All they do is they say words and make faces.
They're allowed to lie on stage and then lie in a basin in the back.
Yeah, that's what they do. So leave them to that and only that, basically. Which, you know, it falls back to the old meme, which, you know, ancient in terms of the internet of you know, guys think about Rome.
See, what I don't like about the notion of going back to the Romans with that is that there might be too many Athenians here.
Those damn Greeks.
Yeah, the many boy fuckers. I mean, they're mostly in the Middle East right now, but
Well, again, I think
you know,
that's
we keep
one of the
letting 'em in.
reasons why we will see a Heinlein type society. we will see
Yeah,
that
service
those
guaranteed
who-
citizenship.
It's going to be something similar to that. It's going to be a, service is going to be broader than Highland defined it.
Well, I like the Israeli model of making sure basically everyone gets in shape.
You like the Israeli model? Tell me more.
Yeah,
come
the
on.
fact that they are, unless they conscientiously object, if you will, the fact that they are basically compelled to service for a period of 2 to 4 years.
No, I would see. That's the thing is, I would
And then they're citizens.
I would much rather turn around. I understand the thought process behind it, but I would much rather be in a position where you have to voluntarily submit.
Well, you see, I don't know.
Because people who are completely and totally self-interested will self-select out of the voting pool.
Well,
That
see,
is
here's
true.
the thing is, that what I think when you say expanded to different, like that's just the part where I think we're going to find some agreement is that I don't think it should be just going to boot camp and then serving the military. I think that includes, for instance, people like ourselves who have more of an engineering proclivity would be able to do things like public works projects, like building fucking bridges or repairing our dams.
I think so. So my actual system, right? I actually don't think that each individual. I think that if you are a net taxpayer, you should be able to vote, and you get a vote for being a net taxpayer. Congratulations, you've won at capitalism. You understand the system, yada yada. But beyond that, I actually think that you should get votes based on, kind of a variety of different things. You get additional votes. So, like, I think military service, right?
Some people are more equal than others.
I think, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, they are.
I agree, they are. I think if you go and engage in military service, you should get an additional vote. I think if you have kids of your own, you should get an additional vote.
Hold on. That you bought from a surrogate?
Yeah.
Okay, fair. I don't necessarily agree with that. But...
No, I'm of the, like, that one is a little bit harder to deal with because, like, should you get a vote if you adopt infinite children?
Cap it at 5 and give it a -1 after that.
Well, I mean, I know there's this guy that had a ranch out west
I'm not saying
that
one per
adopted
child.
a lot of
Like,
kids
if you
that might
are
have gotten a lot of votes out of that. Is just,
whether you have one child or you have 13 children, you should get one additional vote. Right? Like, it's just the act of procreating, finding time and space, set the barrier to the minimum. The people, like, I do not want people who are on infinite welfare to be able to be like, aha, I worked for 3 days this week and now I've paid taxes and therefore I can turn around and have, no. It's going to be this, it doesn't matter how many kids you have, it would be did you have kids? And, I'm kind of I am okay with adoption.
How about recusal? How about automatic recusal on items of self-interest?
This is about voting. I don't think so. Like, I think that everybody's self-interested when you vote.
Okay, so if, say, I don't know, you wanted to raise the tax for funding public schools, and your kid goes to public school or your kid goes to private school, and you still have to pay it anyway.
I don't know. I don't.
And
think
or for instance, if you don't have any kids.
I think that if you have had kids, that you get to say in whatever happens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you should be recused on personal interest because everybody votes based on personal interest. There's nobody who doesn't vote based on personal interest. There's nobody who votes in the abstract.
Well, that's
just
not true.
Doesn't drive people out.
Well, not individuals, but I mean politicians do it all the time.
Nah, I don't think they vote in the abstract. They vote entirely in their personal interest. So it's not. It would be what it's essentially saying that because you have accomplished a milestone, you should get an extra vote. So military service, you accomplished a milestone. You grew to the point where you're like, yep, I'm going to have enough self-control to be able to get into the military. I'm going to serve the country. I have an extra vote because I have done more than an individual who just pays taxes. An individual who pays taxes, great, you get a vote. If you got military service and you pay taxes, congratulations, you get 2 votes. Right? If you got military service but you can't manage to sit there and pay taxes, then you get 0 votes. Right? If you have kids, you get an extra vote. If you are... So that would be up to, like, if you were military service, had kids, and are a net taxpayer, that's 3 votes right there. And then I think you should get a sphere of knowledge thing. And I want to be very clear, like, these got to be positions that you're licensed for, so it's not just going to school and getting a degree. It's got to be you actually have power and authority and responsibility in these fields, and that would be medical, engineering, and there's one other one that I had.
No, not doing
law.
Fuck that.
Law.
No, I knew that was coming. Fuck the lawyers. No.
No. I think that if you are a if you
look at every single bar organization, every fucking bar.
If you have passed the bar and you have managed to sit there and hold a law license and all that stuff, yes, you understand, because those are the expert approaches. So theoretically, you could have 6 votes. Somehow you've managed to meet all the wickets and are a net taxpayer, right? You've done all that stuff and you still pay net taxes. You could have 6 votes.
But how you get to do that,
and you get 0 votes.
You know how you get through that and get to the part where you know how you achieve that? You know how you cheat that?
How's that?
You serve for each organization that oversees licensure, because you still have to have a license to do it.
I mean, however it works,
bureaucracy.
So, like, the individuals who are perpetual students who do nothing more than get their degree and then do nothing with it, you don't get credit. Right? Like, it should be a PE, a practicing medical doctor, not somebody who just, like, went to school and then went into research.
Right.
And then the lawyers, the ones who are practicing lawyers. Now, could you theoretically maintain that? But that would be a lot of fucking work to have all 6 votes. Not only you got kids.
I could see. Here's the thing: is you say that's a lot of work now, but what happens with such power nexuses over time? Always, they're streamlined for those who desire the power, and more importantly, wish to keep it.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's dynastic.
It doesn't.
It's dynastic,
so
and it
yes,
will automate
you could
the process.
Absolutely turn around and say, "Hey," but if I turn around and I say, "Hey, I'm going to put a continuing education credit requirement on each of these," and a legal
then they
liability.
spend all year in the fucking in the classroom.
Guys, I hate to be a damp rag, but I think we've gotten really off into the weeds of potential systems that don't exist and should probably kind of stick to the ones that we are currently within.
I thought it was interesting to. Well, keep in mind, we started off at the very beginning as a basis, exploring Steve's hypothetical future for America. I thought this was an interesting.
Well, no, it is an interesting conversation, but I don't know necessarily if this is the.
I think we've lost the plot. Yes,
I understand. Like I understand what you're saying. I think it's fair to say that we're off in the weeds. I think it's fair to say it's time to pull back. The point is, what do we do? Like we have this problem. We have a problem with people who are voting who probably shouldn't be voting. We have a problem with people who are judges in positions of authority that probably shouldn't be in positions of authority.
Fair.
And ultimately, all of those things are kind of interconnected.
Well, a lot of that ties back to the same issues with Flock.
Of universal availability of all positions to all people.
Well, not just that. Not just that, but also what you were specifically saying about Flock. It's kind of the same thing here.
Yeah.
We've created these problems and we refuse to fix them. And so we throw these idiotic solutions that will not fix the problems at the problems.
Because they sound like they was it? So like something might sound intelligent. These in the same notion, or like sounds smart-ish or smart-y. This sounds fix-y.
Yeah, like
it's not actually going to fix the problem, but it sounds like it.
That sounds good. That's totally going to work. Let's do that.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I mean, we know that. That's the whole point of what we're saying. But at the same time, like, that's an exclamation. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Let me punctuate the sentence with that. That's bullshit.
Well, some people they say that sort of thing, and they've found themselves at the end of the rope. They've had all they can take. They're not going to take anymore. They're mad as hell, and they're not going to take it. Like Mike Lindell. He actually has stepped down as the CEO of My Pillow, and he is going all in on the governor of Minnesota race.
Do it.
Love it. Good on you, Mike. Awesome. I hope that he does it. The guy is a fucking wild card, He's a smart man. He's a good businessman. He's wild, and man, I love a wild politician. We could use more of those. So I look forward to referring to Governor Lindell in the not too far future, one hopes. And in other
really
good news,
what kind of pillows do you think he's going to use in the bed?
I don't think that there's any question, sir. I don't think there's any question at all. A Made in America pillow.
You think he's going to show up at the podium and say, "Now look, you all have yours, but this is my pillow." And then, someone in the audience is going to die from the humiliation of it.
I will look forward to this campaign as much as I would look forward to an Alex Jones-based campaign.
So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be very funny.
So, I'm here for it. In some other fun and good news out of Microsoft, I know, of all places. This isn't necessarily news. It's just something that I was not familiar with. It's actually dropped around November 2 years back. But it's really cool. And could be kind of interesting if you're training a model. That being, Zork 1, 2, and 3 are all open source. Microsoft has got them on GitHub now. And you can just get them. You can get them, fool around with them, do whatever you like. They've got the MIT license that's completely the best one out there, honestly. You can basically do whatever. And, well, there you go.
Beerware is a better license. But...
Okay, well, true. But the MIT license is very good.
That's right. Put that on my software. If you like it, you think I deserve it, buy me a beer later when you see me. If you see me.
But it's out there. You can put your AI at the GitHub to throw together, or to have the basic ideas of what.
Now you can also go on to some web. You can also go to a repository like Hugging Face, and use their assets.
You can do that
training. So like you can always and you can import your own model. So if you get through like some training, realize like, geez, my hardware isn't quite up to snuff, or this will take 1,000 years to actually get to the point I want it to be. You can always throw it up on an instance. I think AWS will even do it. They got reasonable rates. That's Amazon.
Yeah.
But Hugging Face will set it up for you to a certain extent, which makes it a whole lot easier. And by the way, because I had this discussion with other people. Hugging Face is the emoji, not from the Aliens universe. It's not a Weyland-Yutani organization. It's a regular one.
Not yet, anyway. Hope it stays that way.
It's just an emoji. It's an emoji. It's not an Aliens reference. No, I thought it was an Aliens reference too when I first saw it. And when I saw the name, when I got the website, I saw the Hugging Face emoji. I clicked immediately, but a lot of people aren't regularly using it. So when it shows up in the news, because say Anthropic fucked up again, people get concerned.
Yeah, or Sam Altman gets revealed for having done some other horrible thing like molesting a family member or potentially having someone assassinated. Again. Cough.
Again.
Cough. Anyway.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Sam. Sam, you are a naughty boy. Naughty.
You are,
Anyway, so since we're talking about AIs and everything, there is a neat little feature that I've personally been waiting on, which, is also dangerous and ties into something else I'm going to mention here in just a second, because it's quite interesting. Anyway, Grok got another new feature. Actually, I guess two. One just dropped today. They've up to image 2.0, and the fidelity is quite good. I've done just a couple of basic things with it, and man, it puts together very, very clean pages of text, which is that's good and bad. That's good and bad. That's all I'm going to say there. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, it now has, in addition, video analysis. So you can just upload a video like you would an image, and it can completely dissect the whole thing, from the audio tracks to text to what's going on screen. And that's...
So speaking of AI, you remember we talked at length about incredibly intelligent, productive member of society named Claudine Gay.
Go on.
Well, turns out there is a similar such issue going on at Cambridge.
There was an issue going on at Cambridge.
No.
Although it is definitely an ongoing issue because it happened.
Right. We're getting past the part where we have the similarities with Claudine Gay, namely plagiarism and failure to own up to it. This is a professor, not a head of the university, so there is that distinction. This person put together an apology.
True.
Or did they?
Well, some say that...
Let me put it like this. This person prompted together an apology.
That sounds a bit more accurate. Especially from my understanding of the apology.
So, of all the things for an accused and confirmed plagiarist to do, just...
Probably not the best first choice.
Right to turn around and pass off an AI apology as your own.
Yeah.
Just... I mean, this basically sells to me an idea of how he came to be in his current position.
Now, I'd like to...
Through the position he previously held.
I would like to add to that, actually, because there's more. Of course there is. Of course there is.
Yes, of course.
So, Professor Arday...
Jason Arday.
Yeah, Mr., I should say, Arday. Anyway, Jason, we'll just say. He reported Dr. David Harris, Professor Emeritus at Plymouth Marjon University, to the police, actually.
Oh, really?
Because of his plagiarism. Plagiarism, actually, and you're going to love this, of his work. Yeah. It's really quite something. So, one of his critics, he called the bobbies, he did. Called the old policemen's. He said he's nicked me work, mates. Nicked me work, can you imagine?
I bring this up largely because we didn't cover it as an ongoing issue previously.
No, but it is kind of funny that it's seeing some resolution. But the thing is, this has uncovered...
It is important that we cover this a little bit, because like with Claudine Gay, it's kind of the same thing.
So bad that it...
This is the state of the Ivy League.
Yeah.
And compounding this further in the same vein, I was discussing with actually my parents about this. The state of remedial education requirements in the UC system. And its wider impacts into other universities. So that'll be the universities in California. They found that their remedial courses for mathematics were insufficient due to failures of the students, which means that there are teaching failures prior to entering into college, mind you, and that in a remedial course, to prepare for a remedial course for mathematics, 25% of the students inside that course had a 4.0 average on their mathematics from high school. The correlation of students' grades from high school with their preparedness for college when it came to mathematics was 0.25. So on a 0 to 1 scale. That means it's uncorrelated. That means that the grades are not predicting performance to any sufficient degree to make them of use when it comes to selection.
I wonder if something might have happened to cause a crisis.
Yeah, they dropped standardized testing in California. They were the irony here is the same people who said, the exact same people, by name, exact same people who said to get rid of those tests are now meekly, as you will,
coming forward to say they made a mistake.
Yeah, I was about to mention that, actually. Yeah.
I'm so glad they're fucking admitting it, but they did come forward and say we made a mistake.
Oopsies.
And they would now like standardized testing to come back.
My bad.
The trade-off with teaching to the exam will be overcome with the mild preparedness that would confer, simply by preparing for the exam. If that is the level of preparedness that they are seeking to achieve relative to what they have now, big trouble. But furthermore, the same remedial requirements are showing up on campuses such as Harvard. They had found that a remedial course for mathematics was insufficient. They needed a second remedial class to prepare them for the remedial class for college. We're going to see a slew of 6-year super seniors getting their 4-year degree, going through the UC system, let alone out into the broader Ivy League, to which they are able to get to via legacy. So legacy being that your parent or your uncle or whatever went there, they made a sizable donation, and you got in because of your name. Those people are fucking up to the point where they are needing 2 layers of remedial mathematics. That's embarrassing on a ridiculous level. Now keep in mind, if you're on a 4-year degree track, that's 2 semesters in a row, a whole year that you now have to tack on.
Yeah.
Period.
Before you can even get into the shit you need to know.
Regardless of whether or not your other courses can be taken in parallel, that's still 2 years tacked on ahead of time. Or sorry, 2 semesters tacked on ahead of time. And it might be 2 years by the time you get through it all, especially if you've gotten to the point where you were incapable of...
Oh, yeah, you've got to account for the fact that you got there without knowing this shit, so you've got to actually learn it. So there's that. Kind of a thing, as it were.
And, like, it's one of those things where the long-lasting outcome of this is going to be in the same kind of capacity here. The UC system used to be known as one of the premier systems in the United States for generating competent, intelligent graduates. People who you knew would know their shit. The same with the Ivy League to a certain degree.
Oh, yeah. You see that pedigree on there, it's like, oh, I don't need to ask any more questions.
And now
you see that on there, it's like, I don't need to ask any more questions.
No, now you have to ask one question. When did you graduate?
Yeah.
And you can see that right next to where it listed the degree. And you now know when you see that degree in that year, that cutoff year for some significant event, you now know, for instance, in the UC system, whether or not that student got into the UC system with the SAT score or ACT score. You now know for Harvard whether or not they got there when they decided to start babying students. You now know, for instance, if they go to Mizzou, whether or not they were there before or after they decided to shut down free speech and destroy their campus. Like this is one of the people in charge in these places. You now know, for instance, that fucking private school up in Oregon, whether or not the student was there during, before or after the takeover of campus. They took the president into his office and sat there and shrieked down for 4 hours.
Oh yeah, the literal hostage situation.
Something like Green University or whatever. So yeah, these are infrastructural. On ideology, these are infrastructural attacks. You can frame it in that sense, like the communists are winning kind of thing. Like it's not really 6 and 1/2 dozen, but not really that. Not one of that set of ideas there. It's more that these are symptoms of a malaise, a decay in our systems.
Well, I should mention, because the timing's kind of quite apropos, is we've got a little, there is some pushback on that. Case in point.
Yes.
Cori Bush
lost
her primary.
Yes.
Now, the guy going in there,
cry all the way home.
Yeah, Bell is going to be going in. I can't remember the guy's first name, but just by being reasonable, that guy's going in.
You don't have to go out there and look. Not that I'm for like every,
party line or edge case Republican point. Yeah, I'm fairly centrist on a lot of this stuff.
Well, that's the thing. So many
and the point
many
is,
people
like,
are,
that
even
you do
people
not
on the
have to be
left are.
extreme. Yeah, that's the thing. Is look, as polarized as the country has gotten, the middle 80% are still a lot closer to the middle than the edge 20%.
Well, and the middle's gotten a lot bigger than it used to be. Let's be fair.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
when the left goes so fucking far to the left,
it used to be that the margins were you're 20% out from the edge, so like the middle 60% of the spectrum, if you will, contained the bulk. Now we'll push it out to like the middle 80% contains the 80% in the middle, instead of like on the one axis versus the other. The one axis versus the mass inside of the curve.
Oh, sure.
Like there's the like I said, as polarized as things have gotten, the middle 80% of the country is still within the middle, say 80% of the range, left to right.
Well, and in addition to that,
the edges are still as extreme as they've been. Like, they are, relatively speaking, they are still extreme edges. You don't need to be there. You just need to be somewhere in the middle. And a lot of people, as polarized as things might be, still fundamentally will want to meet you in the middle.
Well, and that was the other point I was wanting to make, because another absolutely noteworthy piece of shit lost as well. Sri Thanadar.
Yeah. Yes.
Good fucking riddance.
Bats and I
fucking
were
monster.
talking about that one. Unfortunately, Bats jumped a little bit early, but then he actually did lose.
But the guy that got in, Donovan McKinney, again, lefty dem, but reasonable lefty dem. Now, will he be? Don't know. Probably not as reasonable as he says he is, but certainly not as unreasonable as that fucking monster.
Now, to be fair to Bats and his, I'm sure I don't know what it is, but I'm sure his opinion on this, shitlibs are going to shitlib.
Right.
But
hey, I'll take a shitlib over a fucking commie all day, every day.
Right. That's
every single day of the week.
Oh my god. Look, like, I can be friends with people who openly profess their who will, and I would say it's like Penn Jillette being friends with Alex Jones. People who will evangelize their points unashamedly, as an idea. The execution is a separate topic. When it comes to the ideas that you're shooting for, your ideals, like those, if you're up front and you're open to disagreement, like if your ideas and if your core ethos requires others to immediately agree with you, you are automatically going to have a really shit time with just about everyone else on the planet.
On that note, I am loath to say this. Truly, it brings bile up in my throat. Hillary Clinton is right. I'm just going to let that sit for a moment, because it bothered me.
You're starting with a tough sell.
Okay. So, out of the New York Post, her comments are in regards to...
Was the sky blue?
No, actually, she's stating that the GOP, using anti-communist talking points, is going to be, quote, a very effective attack. Well...
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know what, Hill Dog? Yeah.
Good. That's the part that we're going to disagree on.
Bitch.
Good. I am ready to. I'm ready for her to keep that frown hanging around.
This is a picture of a future president.
So, like, one of the things that's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Hill Dog is a pragmatist.
Usually.
Largely.
First and foremost.
I mean, she's greedy as fuck, though, first. But, yes, pragmatism definitely comes like 2 or 3.
And
no farther down than that.
I think that she's evil and manipulative. But at the same time...
in a practical way.
I don't have a problem with her being practical. Right? Like...
Look, like I said, as I was alluding to, she said, I said, the sky's blue, I'll go check. If she can state something that is correct. That's the thing with a liar. You can't trust what they say, but what they say doesn't have to be a lie.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Broken clock, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking there you go.
she ain't fucking wrong.
Yeah.
I am laughing really hard here though because she's going to say this, and her whole party hates her so goddamn much for sucking up the votes from Bernie and ruining shit for that election for them.
Well,
The same
Couldn't
way
have happened to a more deserving
the same
group of
way,
people.
The same way Republicans are upset with Romney for fucking it up for Ron Paul to a certain extent. More the libertarian wing, but work with me here. The same way they're upset in that fashion, like the Democrats really don't like Hillary Clinton. But, of course, they all had to sit there and toe the party line, which was, oh, but she has experience. She's so much better than Trump. Like, yeah, buddy, okay. That's why they had to drag her like a sack of rocks into a van.
Did any of you guys catch at least parts of the Fuentes versus
I've been watching that
Biden interview?
I'm part of the way through it. And I think it's an interesting
watched
interview.
The actual whole thing.
You do.
But
it's really interesting.
It is very interesting. I actually really like Hunter Biden. And I don't mean this in the... Like, when I sat there and I endorse or support
He's
Mount
saying
Mulroney,
a lot of the right things. He's saying a lot of the right things.
He is a sane and rational Democrat.
That's
I'm not
really
saying that he's
saying
right.
something.
That's the
I'm
thing.
not saying that he's right.
He is really saying
I'm not
something.
saying that I agree with him on everything.
But he's towing a lot of the party line. He's a good reflection.
Is
really
that's
saying
the best
something.
way to put it, right? Like, the party has a message, it has a statement, it has an opinion, and most of them utterly fail to deliver. Hunter Biden fucking brings home the bacon. He is a guy that you feel like is normal, sane, and responsible. It
And then you
feels
look at his
like
hard drive.
you are just two people having a discussion about an issue rather than an individual who is trying to sell you something that he doesn't actually believe in himself.
Oh, poor Bats in the chat.
What's that?
Poor Bats in the chat. There's no such thing as a sane and rational Democrat. This is fake news. He's not likable or in the slightest. What the fuck?
That's the worst part. He actually is a likable guy, and I hate to fucking say
He is
that.
a like.
I hate to fucking say that.
I hate saying it. One of the funniest things about the
if I knew
interview, though,
nothing about him, then maybe I could see that.
one of the funniest things about that interview is that he's out there and he wants to like get Fuentes to go against Trump. And Fuentes is
it's
against
really
Trump,
funny.
right? I'm against Trump, right? There's a lot of people who are against Trump for very fucking legitimate reasons.
Right.
But it was really funny that Hunter Biden decided to go after him based on like personal character. That was his.
Yeah.
This is a fucking terror. I just like if I was Fuentes, I'd be like, well, I understand. He doesn't have the moral, upstanding character of a crack addict, whoremonger,
Right.
tax fraud, felony weapons guy. But
In that context, I kind of get it.
Yeah, for a guy who hasn't done all of that.
And I mean, like, I don't want to turn around and be like, I think Trump is the most moral person ever, but I will offer that
Well, I didn't vote for his morals.
they've had to sit there and come up with, in order to get him on anything, they had to come up with novel legal theories.
Yeah, well, not just novel.
I didn't think it would
Illegitimate.
require that.
Not just novel, but totally fucking illegitimate.
Oh yeah, they had to abuse the law to the extent of basically raping it, ironically, to even get this shit, to get anything to happen. Yeah.
To get traction, they had to go down the road of, well, we can't tell you what the other violation was.
Yeah.
What?
Like, let's think about that for a moment. And please, Democrats, stop making me defend Trump, for the love of God.
Right? We got enough to gripe on about him. Why are you doing this to us?
Right, like in all seriousness, guys, come on.
Well, hold on, fellas, hold on. Let me cool things down a little bit because we're getting into real weird territory here. So let's just dial it back.
Okay.
And pull out our visa.
Every party's
take a
got
look.
pooper.
Well, no, I don't know.
To the hit person.
But anyway,
Yeah.
Indian visas are down 60%, and Chinese visas are down 46% from May and August of last year.
Cool.
So there's a little bit of motion, little bit.
How many of the ones who are here are going home?
Well, I mean, shit, they're as long as they don't overstay, they just will. And well, we'll just have to see
Here's
how
the
that
thing,
plays.
Is I know people who are here who are gone through F1, OPT, H1B, who should stay here, and then I know people who should not, and they should go the fuck home. When they're done with their H1B, whatever, I don't care. But like they shouldn't get to stay here. They shouldn't get to do the H1B OPT loop forever after they've gotten through.
No, that's.
But there are people who legitimately do come here, who I think are effectively American. They should fucking stay here. Like this, I feel like this. Like
That's the hard part. That's the hard part
Yeah.
with all of the immigration talk. Like, I know I'll give you the tale of two professors, which is probably universal in engineering, I swear to God. But I was at the University of New Hampshire. I can't remember the guy's name. My first year there was 2010. I was there for 2 years. I was transferring a whole bunch of credits. I managed to make it out in 2 years, barely. I had to go make up classes to get my GPA up.
right.
But this guy, my first year, he was TAing a course. He was fresh off the fucking boat. Like, he must have come here and done his PhD and then, like, everything else elsewhere. He barely spoke English. You could barely understand him.
He was a TA.
He was a TA.
Then he was he was doing his PhD then.
Yeah, so by the end of the 2 years, that I was at UNH, he was pretty clear and fluent in English. He was dedicated to his craft. He was dedicated to teaching. I think he actually was getting his PhD and was going to be like recruited by the school. But he was fucking dedicated. He loved teaching. He was like, there were supposed to be professor-led classes that he got the TA for, and he basically just taught them. And the professor would come in once or twice a semester, and the rest of it was the TA teaching class, and he was fucking amazing, and he was great. And this is coming from a guy who I could not understand my first year there. Meanwhile, I had another professor. It was my mass transfer professor. My mass transfer is definitely my weakest subject in all of chemical engineering, and that's because I could not understand the professor.
I hear you.
She was there solely to do some research or soak up grant money or something. But she got handed the class, and if she didn't show up the class with her, if she went and started teaching and like her notes weren't correct, she had to cancel the class because she couldn't just cover the material.
Oh wow!
And if I could turn around and offer citizenship in an instant to the guy who was the TA, who had worked his way through English, who sat there and managed to come through the whole thing, I would have given that to him in an instant. And meanwhile, we have a fucking PhD teacher who got to stay permanently, who had been there forever and somehow had, I think she even had tenure, and she couldn't speak enough English to teach a fucking class.
Well, I've got some actual good news for you guys. If you're traveling to New Mexico anyway, or for that matter, planning to pursue a legal career there, you can actually, because the bar is really hard. It's a tough test to take. So, So, if you're wanting to pursue a legal career, maybe New Mexico is a nice place to go. It's warm, so you don't have to worry about getting cold in the winter. But
you telling me the test is as easy as the women?
I don't know, but I don't think it even necessarily applies actually, because you don't necessarily have to take the test. You can actually just do 675 supervised legal work hours.
What nation is this?
Oh, New Mexico. So
675 hours, huh?
Yeah, just nothing major. Just a little bit of your time helping out in court. A little bit of paralegaling here and there, and there you go. You can represent people. Shaboom, shabam. Problem solved.
Is that as a licensed attorney, or is that as...
That is passing the bar exam, Craig.
Okay,
I'm
so
actually okay with that.
That's still not
It's
licensure.
not necessarily.
Then.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, no. I guess you could. I mean, you've effectively
you
passed
have
the
to,
bar.
Yeah. No, that's like this. You have to. You pass the exam. You still have to apply to the state board.
Oh,
the state
okay.
board
Yeah,
sets
yeah,
those
yeah,
rules.
yeah.
So good. So they're not actually a licensed attorney, the legally protected title, but they can pass the bar. Effectively, they can substitute experience for the bar exam.
Yeah. And it's like, well, if we didn't,
something.
if it wasn't the year 2026, I wouldn't necessarily have an issue with this. But unfortunately, it is.
But it is.
And it's also New Mexico, which also
it is.
So there's that. So if you,
Right.
so you'll want to probably ask your, on that note, if you find yourself traveling through Mexico and you need a lawyer, you'll want to ask them when they pass their bar exam, or if they did.
New Mexico.
I'm actually okay with that.
That's the other.
I'm a big fan. I'm a huge fan of. We need to make a lot of these licensed professionals less of a degree and education-based thing and more of a.
Don't actually have a problem with that.
Thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
So but there's still there's a. Sometimes use the word again, but like there is a degree of background that should be expected of people who are licensed. And while you can make the argument that a lot of that background can be learned from experience,
I would rather take somebody
there
with
are
700
things-
court hours who passed the bar exam than an individual who passed the bar exam directly out of school.
okay, but what if their experience is as a paralegal for, say, an IP lawyer, and then they go into divorce law?
Or say, for instance, their name is Sharkanita, and they worked for, DeVion, Shantiqua, and Travis Associates.
Well, that just seems a little bit prejudiced.
Well, that's on you. I just came up with random names off the top of my head as a completely random example. And I don't know why you're reading anything into
I
that,
wouldn't
sir.
hire them.
I think I might go if I had the money and the time to spare. I would absolutely go with that just to see what would happen because I would be curious.
I'll tell you what, it would be fun to sue
If they got
somebody
a
with
sharp
such
image,
a.
if they know what the fuck they're doing.
I mean,
they
I don't,
could have Space Ranger names, and I'd have to be fine with it.
Sharkeisha, she might be a real, go-getter of a litigator.
All right, I gotta ask though. Would their paralegal be named LaDasha?
I would hope.
Because the dash
I
don't
would
be
truly
sound
hope.
now.
Exactly. Oh, but since we're on the matter of legal affairs, I should probably drop some news that isn't going to make you lose faith in humanity.
You should do that. I think we're getting close to the the wee hours here.
Understood. So, out of the Supreme Court, yes, SCOTUS itself, 6-3 ruling. Your phone's location needs a fucking warrant.
Good.
As it should have always been, but how it is with modern technology.
Well, now we know.
Yes, takes a minute to catch up. Well, they did on this one. And, well, been a long time coming on that one.
Short and sweet and to the point. Liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
So aside from that, just a quick mention, 16 Trump-endorsed candidates won their primaries just a few days back.
Oh, no. Fuentes is fucked again.
Yeah, you'll have that. Another quickie. EA delisted. Oh no, removed. Oh no, they're not on NASDAQ. What's going to happen? Oh, they're private. They're just not a public company. The Saudis just went ahead and bought off the last of the of the shares, and now it is a private company under the control.
Now there's going to be no women's sports, and they're all going to be in hijabs on the sideline.
The funny thing is, though, the Saudis have done great work with every game company they've got a hold of, which is the craziest shit.
They know their market. Well, I mean, look, they know how to make money.
Mm-hmm. They do, and that's what it is.
They spent a lot of time figuring that kind of stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're going to be satisfied to allow their company to make money in the American market. I think that's probably going to be the way they're going to go with it.
Indeed, indeed. And in kind of sad news, a man that I was unfamiliar with until just recently has passed, and he was doing some really, really interesting work. So there's a fella by the name of Joe Feltz, and he'd been collecting old Bibles.
I don't know that name.
Hmm?
So why do I know that name?
Oh, well, he
Because
was.
I've been posting about it earlier this week.
Yeah, that's possible.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, he had a bunch
I
of.
remember this post.
Yeah, bunch of old Bibles, Masonic books, books of Enoch, just a lot of related things, and was just trying to put everything together through, all just esoterica, as it were, just kind of build a hidden history of Christianity, religiosity, the West, I guess. I don't know, really. And unfortunately, we might not ever know because, he has sadly died. And that's just genuinely unfortunate because I love the stories of just these rogue knowledge seekers just putting interesting stuff out there instead of, unlike the story from last week of fucking Anthropic, just buying a bunch of old books and fucking destroying them instead of copying them and saving them for the future.
Well, they got to get them into the machine faster.
Oh, yeah. The worst part is it's not.
Yep.
Well, anyway, in happier news, like I said, I had...
Not faster?
No,
Correct.
actually.
Really?
Yeah, not really.
Slower and poor quality. It's
not
automated
poor quality,
and automation.
actually, but it is slower because you've got a number of more processes. And obviously significantly
the process
more wasteful.
is just it's cheaper because there's less manpower involved.
Yeah, you
Got
can fully automate that, whereas the machine one, you take the book and you slide it in there open, and then it kind of works from there. But there's a little bit of manual labor involved, and God fucking forbid you pay somebody to do some manual labor. Buy a goddamn Optimus. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Anyway, getting back to Flock, I said that I had some other news.
God, that'd be funny to see an Optimus working at Anthropic.
That would be really funny.
All right.
Well, anyway, so back to Flock. Yeah. So the lead investor behind Flock also runs another Neato Burrito camera kind of related app thing, and that is a video altering technologies.
So Burrito.
Yeah. So what their technology is able to do, out of Toka, name of the company. It's hacking stuff. What they're able to do is find, access, and manipulate security camera footage and smart camera footage. So like your Ring Cam, your security cameras, your Flock camera, for instance, just as an example. So, that's neat.
Yeah, so you can just manufacture the video that the police then use to legitimately hold you
They could do that.
Hostage.
They could do that. So the company itself,
I don't know if
co-founded
you saw
by...
that, where the woman got caught up in some bullshit because the Flock system decided...
Oh, that's your car.
She was...
No, that's your car. No, that's your car.
Yeah, that fucker.
Yeah. And then, well, shit. Sorry. My bad.
That's the part I like at the very end. It's like, I wouldn't be here if I didn't have cause to be here. It's like, motherfucker, you gotta show it.
Well, he did.
No, he didn't. Not
and,
later.
Just because you're wrong doesn't mean you don't have cause.
Oh yeah. No, your cause can be entirely wrong.
I'll put it this way, right? I just interviewed for, well, I didn't just, but a month ago. I'm suspecting I'm going to get it because it's been so long, but we'll find out. I interviewed for a new position. I've been doing what I've been doing for about 10 years. It's time to move on. So I wanted to go to criticality safety, and they asked me what my flaws were, and I said, one of my biggest flaws.
Well, obviously that you work too hard.
No, I just said that I am extremely confident in my answers, regardless of whether or not I'm correct. So
that's a bold answer.
It went over really well because they laughed a lot. But those kinds of things, when you sit there, there is a truth to that. Just because I'm Just because he's confident that he has a basis to be there doesn't mean that he's technically correct in that basis.
Well, it's the way that it changed his entire demeanor towards the interaction for the worse. I get what you're just making the point.
Videos, like, it's adult fucking daycare.
I get what you're saying, and I can agree on that. And
you
look,
could turn around.
On her end, on her end, she should have just complied.
Let me back out for a minute, right? Let's back out for a minute, right? I do search and rescue. This is my volunteer contribution to society. I go out, and basically we're looking for dead bodies. You know, there was a search call out earlier this week for suicidal male. Every single time I go on a search, by the time it comes down to, hey, let's go call in the search and rescue people, they're pretty much fucking dead. For a lot of different reasons. It's not, it's not necessarily all suicides or whatever.
Right.
They're pretty much fucking dead. And so you sit there and you show up to the search site, you know that you're going to be looking for a dead body or a dead child or a dead whatever, and you get this aspect to it that just hardens and coarsens you, because if you're the person who finds the fucking child, you're going to need to be able to psychologically deal with that.
Yeah.
And the same thing's true in this case with the cops, and they go up to deal with some woman in the flock camera. They're not going to activate their empathy zone. We talked about this. We want this. We don't want people walking up to other people and being like, oh, let's be super empathetic, for a lot of reasons, including personal safety. So yeah, they were wrong, but they had a basis.
Well, again...
And their behavior is correct for the basis that they had. They were just wrong.
Again, in my opinion, she should have just... as always, the time to fight the injustice is not in the court in the open air, it's in the court of law.
Yeah.
It's... So, in my
100%.
opinion, she should have just complied. But when he sits there and asserts facts not in evidence, it's one of those things where... Yeah, you should fight it in court, but an illegal arrest is still not just, and it was...
I agree that an illegal arrest is unjust, and we really, in all seriousness, we need to impose a cost on police departments.
That's the thing. That's the thing. You're absolutely right. Yes.
Yeah.
I think we're going to agree on that one. We can leave it at that, I guess.
If you fuck up, it's okay to fuck up. It's okay to fuck up. But if you fuck up and you fuck up somebody's life because you decided to fuck up, then you're going to be coughing up cash.
Exactly.
And it's going to come, you need to turn around. This is a question of due diligence. I don't have a problem with the officers being wrong. We're all wrong periodically. There's some percentage of the decisions that we make that are going to be wrong. And we try not to be wrong. We try to do our best. But it happens.
And look, in engineering,
and that's okay.
If you're wrong, if you're wrong and you're the PE, you're the lead, your name is on the sign-off,
you're gonna go to court and you're gonna have to explain why you thought what you thought, and the answer better not be, I didn't fucking do my homework.
Exactly. And then on occasion, that turns into a $5,000 fine, losing your license, going to jail for 10 years, somewhere in that range.
Right. So if you turn around and it's gross negligence, you're in jail. If it's not gross negligence, then the insurance that you're going to have to pay for the insurance because you were wrong. And you know what? I don't think it would be terribly expensive for a police department to carry the insurance associated with.
No.
Hey, fucked
as a PE, you have to carry insurance.
I don't see that's the way it should be. It should be insurance. Yeah. And any police department that is, kind of firing from the hip and not doing their due diligence, that's going to come out in the cost, right?
I think that you incur the cost. The person who was doing the police work gets, say the bulk of it, but then slam it on the chief too.
Yeah.
$1,000 off their pay or whatever.
The chief of police, he's got a lot of stuff, but there should be a manager of the department or a manager of the department's cost.
Yeah,
and
I think that there's that.
Cop A, who's basically attached to all of these cases in which they made a mistake and have to shell out money, and there's somebody who's responsible for those funds at the end of the day, it's going to be a very short discussion.
Right. And it's the other side is that, like, I don't think that it is unreasonable for, as citizens, us to demand excellence out of the people who are doing the jobs in public. And like, I'm not like, when I say demand excellence, I don't mean they need to be perfect on paper. I mean, like,
no.
they just
Like,
need to be like
the
responsible.
Thing is like, again, they can fuck up, but there should be a price.
Right.
Like, there should be compensation to the people that they fuck up. Right, the legal costs. I'm actually kind of in the opinion that legal costs should be like, if you win the court case, the other side owes your attorney's fees.
Like, and the other side of this is, like, as you know, third parties, we the taxpayers shouldn't be the ones who are put on the hook for a public lawsuit, which is the standard fare right now. Like,
right,
yeah, to a certain extent that's going to be the case, but it should come down to forgo the idea of qualified immunity. There should still be a personal cost on the people who screw up. It just shouldn't be to the point where it's prohibitive in them performing their duties adequately.
Correct. Well, you know, and again, right, you have an insurance. You carry insurance for
exactly.
The cop fucks up.
Doctors do this.
The cop isn't going to turn around and be told, "Hey, buddy, you're no longer allowed to handle cases because you fuck up too much." They're going to be told, "Hey, your performance appraisal, you're going to get a lower raise this year because it turns out the cost-benefit ratio on your bullshit is not there." And there's this guy over here who's made, you know, the same number of arrests or more arrests or fewer arrests, but it doesn't cost us as much per arrest because we don't have the fucking insurance associated with it.
I mean, and that's the other thing is, like, if you're an engineer and you're doing professional engineer work, the insurance cost is personal. Like, and you know, if be it as it may, as a public works or otherwise, if you screw up, say you're working for, let's say, a local government or a state government, and you screw up, you go to court, you get your fine or whatever. You know, you might say, hey, take this many extra CEUs this 2-year cycle. You know, you go through that. The personal insurance is on your ass. Your company isn't going to, or the state's not going to get landed with the insurance premium bump. Like that's going to be hitting. That's going to be what hits you personally. It's like driving your car down the road. You get a ticket. You know, the car manufacturer is not going to be paying for your insurance. You know, your car company. You know, say you're working at a car company, your employer's not going to pay your insurance on that. That's on you.
Yeah.
Like it's and you know, you get your points in your license, they go away. Other shit like that. Other shit works like that.
Which goes back to the overwhelming theme of this entire night, which is there's a whole bunch of people who are not doing their fucking job. And unfortunately, we all are suffering because nobody's doing their fucking job. If that officer had, like, again, you can be wrong, but I don't think he did his due diligence. So, what should be the consequence of that? Should you fight it out in the streets? No, you should go to court. You should prove that he didn't do his due diligence. The department has to shell out money, and it becomes a self-correcting problem.
Well, speaking of self-correcting problems, there is some very good news out of Texas, which, the problem is actually going to have to be resolved by one of the culprits. Well, I don't know if it's hilarious. It's all incredibly tragic and dark. But anyway, out of Texas Children's Hospital, whom we've reported on in the past as being one of the more notorious infractionists in child genital mutilation. Well, there's a bit of an update. As a matter of fact, they're going to become one of the first ever detransition clinic holders. And why Texas, Ken Paxton himself has ensured that $10 million will be going towards the creation of that very first detransition clinic here in America. Well, good on you, Texas Children's Hospital. Glad to know that you'll be trying, perhaps in vain, to make whole what once was.
Yeah, all right. They're just going to take money on both sides of the equation.
Yeah. I mean, look, give them the most normal life that you can give them, or the life that best helps them self-actualize and
be capable of achieving happiness on their own. You know, if they did damage, do your best to undo it. That's the best that they can do.
Sure. Yeah,
we're going to end up paying for it as a whole nation through medical insurance, because why not distribute that risk over everyone? It's fucking retarded. Thanks, Obama. But like, it's if as long as there's a resolution to this and it never fucking happens again, you know, fine. It's a limited event. No more insane, lifelong disasters happening for
some people
still
need to go to jail, though. Let's be real. There have been some horrible, horrible, horrible crimes committed against American children, and
some people need to burn for this bullshit.
Literally,
but I don't think
actually,
the victims of this should be, to the extent that we're capable as a people who allowed this to happen, mind you. You know, none of us individually here, but we're not talking about individual restitutions either. As responsible people, we need to make these people as whole as we can.
Well, it is the Christian.
And if this is a path towards that, then good.
Yeah, the right thing to do is to try and make right what has been done wrong. So, just at the end of the day. That said, we should probably talk about the climate change issue in Spokane, Washington, that's causing all the fires.
What happened? Did some woman go through menopause?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So not a personal climate change.
Yeah, okay. No, climates were changing, and because the climates were changing, it was causing a guy to go and set fires.
Right. Yeah. Classic.
Yeah. Aaron Farinacci was out there setting a shitload of fires.
What do you know?
But not all. Because as we had just discussed,
had friends, did he?
You could say that. Much like Maui, when the fire was ripping through there, all the people that were supposed to assist and fight these fires, maybe do. Now, to be fair, the police did their job and actually did what they could to get people out.
Right.
Fire departments, on the other hand, they had things to do. Other fires to fight and such. Anyway, there was. I don't have a lot on this yet. It's all just kind of developing, but the fire moved faster than it ought to have, and the response was not what it should have been. Again, very Maui-like, and that is utterly unacceptable. Thankfully, thank fuck, the police were on their job this time and not making things worse. However, the rest of the emergency services...
Maui, that was what came to mind.
Oh my god, what a fucking shit show. But thankfully, yes, at least one emergency services department was on the job this time. Thank goodness. And still on the job, actually found one of the guy that's done this and has arrested him, because oftentimes these people don't work alone, and it wouldn't surprise me. So Aaron Climate Change Farinacci is under arrest and being charged for at a minimum 700 destroyed buildings.
Holy
minimum.
Shit. See, that's the thing. It's like there are points where the public is not able to be made whole by those who did wrong.
Now,
and this is one of those.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing about this is where it's got a little bit of that Maui-like tie-in. Spokane had just recently, they said they're not going to be doing any data centers. But now that that land is...
working for an insurance company? Or what?
Who knows? Who knows? But that said, now you've got all this land. I mean, it's not like there's a forest there or people living there or anything. So, I mean, we might as well just go ahead and do the thing that you voted against, because now you're not there to vote against it, and it'll be good. Look, we'll have money. Everybody wins.
The country has so many places that are happy to make a data center.
Yeah.
Why would we bother putting it there? That's the question you got to ask. And you're asking the right. You're kind of pointing to the right kind of, as I don't want to say conspiratorial, but as
opportunistic.
Much of the way you're putting it as you are. Like, if that were to be pursued in that fashion, that would bring to bear the question of just what in the why in the fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, there are places around the country that would, in part, fund and invite such an opportunity through subsidy and through handout, legislated and otherwise. There are so many opportunities for a company that is trying to make a data center to find a place in this country to put one down.
That's true.
That would be happy to have them.
Mm-hmm.
That aren't like L.A. or San Francisco or insert other big name on a coast or otherwise.
Yeah. And there are places that have water.
Yeah.
That you won't have to suck it all up to not be able to grow plants.
Well, you see, that's the thing is people talk about them sucking it all up to this, that, and the other. They don't use that much water.
Now that said,
they really don't.
Just
they
a real quick
don't.
because there is a water issue with data centers, and it isn't that the water's fucking disappearing off the face of the earth. It's that a number of them aren't adequately cleaning the water afterwards. But that's the only.
Well, that's the thing
issue.
is a majority of the water that they take in isn't going to be sent off into the atmosphere, which is where it would end up if it was being used as cooling. But they will return processed water, and yes, that should be clean. And if they aren't cleaning it, then sue their ass and get them to do the job the right way, or not to do it at all.
At the end of the day, that's pretty much your only real water gripe.
Yeah, the amount of water that they consume is minuscule.
I shouldn't say that. I should say there is another, but also kind of minor, and that is your water pressure is going to get a little bit fucked up if you're near a data center.
No, again, like the amount of...
But that can actually be accounted for. You can just put more pressure in the lines.
Right, and what I agree with is that these companies should be coming in and producing resources in excess to lower cost for the surrounding community. That should be the trade-off. That they build out.
We're going to come in here,
facilities.
but we're going to go ahead and clean up the water, put it back in the system. We're going to help out your local water processing plant, and we're going to be building a nuclear power plant, so all the extra goes back into the grid.
All of that.
That sort of thing.
Like it's a win-win scenario if they just come in and they do it for everyone. It's a big positive. And again, the amount of water that they actually consume is less than the drinking water people consume inside their own homes.
Oh yeah, it's
on
like
average
a number of orders of magnitude less than the almond growers in California, where they constantly have drought.
Correct.
For almonds.
So that's as issues go, the amount of water they consume is more or less a non-issue. More or less. It should be noted that the issues that they do produce when it comes to the quantity of water that they require relative to the population should be addressed by the company proposing that they build the data center. That should be such an immediate, yes, let's do it, let's all be on board kind of thing. Like, it's silly that would ever not be. And I know that there are selfish dipshits out there. I'm speaking of the companies, not the people. And that's fine. That'll all be dealt with. But, as non-issues go, the amount of water that they consume, quality of returned water, that can be addressed.
Well, it's another one of these,
legally.
There are reasonable arguments to be made. Why the fuck aren't you making them?
Exactly. And again, on that same notion,
making the reasonable arguments.
On that notion of specific wording, don't be the kind of company that makes a reasonable person do unreasonable things.
Yeah,
because I can see that.
Well, you'll find that people flock to the individuals that do that sort of thing. Cough. There's this one guy that apparently pulled down some all the flock cameras in his local town. And that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard at all. I heard that it was climate change and/or the wind. So I don't know why they're trying to accuse this guy. There's 20,000 other people that agree with me that it was the wind. So he obviously he didn't. I read that
headline and I read that story, and you know what I found out when I read the story?
What's that?
It was 8 cameras. It was so much more impressive until I saw it was 8 cameras. Right? Yeah, I'm just oh my god, all of them in the city. Oh, it was not that many in the city then.
Hey.
But I'm glad he got them all. That was pretty cool.
Absolutely. Hey, he gets the
that's
achievement.
Impressive.
Well, actually, he doesn't get the achievement. What am I saying? He gets the achievement for being persecuted by the state for having done nothing, for having been at home the whole day and not committing a crime. Actually, that's the achievement he wins.
Someone at the YMCA, man.
Yeah, he probably was.
He was out of town.
I think he might have we might have been hanging out at the time. It's possible.
Could have been.
I'd have to look at my schedule to be sure. And if a police officer was to ask, I would say yes.
The fact that they got so many fucking... so many people to send in... Like, here's the thing, is they can't all be correct with so many different stories.
Right.
So the possibility the police have to consider as a practical course is that one person might be correct amongst them.
Well, I mean, at the very least,
are
they're going to have to track down each one of those just to verify whether they're true or not, right?
Well, you say have to, but do they really?
Well, I mean, we have commented on police
no.
and police workings on this show more than once, so
right.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, due diligence, which we've just spent a lot of time talking about them not doing.
Yeah.
Would be that, yes, the detectives would have to track people down. The downside, of course, for the people who lied to the police would be that they lied to the police, and that would be prosecutable.
Yeah, who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
Now, that said, if it was all anonymous tips, that's a very different story, because those have a very different legal standard applied to them. As far as evidence,
and that's just people trying to help.
And,
they're just being good Samaritans,
Yeah. Be careful what you do.
Fair.
That's the end result of that one is.
Well, actually, be careful what you do. That's not just the end result of that one, actually, because we should because we need to mention this one because we talk about old Dan and his one eye that can see only truth and his one eye that can see only lies. Well, Dan had something interesting to say a few days ago, and I'll just read it out to you. Verbatim, because it's better that way.
I'm pretty sure I commented on this.
Oh, I'll bet you did. I know I did. Anyway, just hearing about this dumb $20 burrito debate, so just thought I'd make the losers on social media angry before going to bed. Stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college on a budget with 4 roommates. The market doesn't care what you think something should, quote, cost. Only communists care. They set prices, remember? Then everyone starves, remember? Are you a communist? Or are you an American adult male capable of handling his own shit?
That's a really rich coming from a guy who's capable of voting on whether or not his salary goes up and down.
It is. It really is.
I'm pretty sure everyone else can vote him out of that position. I think that would be really funny.
I sit and see both sides of this debate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure.
I generally side with the empathetic. I think the people who are complaining about the struggle are real, but I do encounter people who actively sabotage themselves.
Well, case in point here. Let me read this comment from someone very close to Dan Crenshaw. That would be, America, our food prices are too high. What are you doing about inflation? Biden admin, just be vegan and stop complaining, you bunch of rubes. Of course, this person that's very close to Dan Crenshaw is Dan Crenshaw that said these very words.
Yes.
Right. Again, right. I think Matt Walsh has the appropriate take on this.
Matt Walsh has been on point lately.
He has been on point. Because 20 years ago, I made the same decision that Matt Walsh did, which he talks about how he used to go to Subway. He used to pay $5 for a foot-long sub, and that was basically his meal for the day. I did the same thing. Because getting all of those ingredients together and trying to host them while I'm going to school and going to work, my food rotted. It was more expensive for me to try to make sandwiches every day with the time and resource. And this is I have the same problem now, right? Like, I still buy a lot of prepared foods. I don't make my own stuff.
Right.
It is cheaper to make your own stuff if you're able to do it consistently and you have the time to do so.
Yeah, like if you can refrigerate it appropriately, prepare it appropriately.
Right. Or you have access to it, But if you turn around and you say, "Hey, I'm going to go take a sandwich into school," and my day begins at 7:00 in the morning, leaving from the apartment, and I go to school and I'm at school till 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and then I start work at 5, and I work from 5 to 11. Guess what, motherfucker? I don't have fucking time. Get 6 hours of sleep as is.
This is the argument for fast food.
And it's not a, it's a
it is
correct
the argument
argument.
for fast food. And at the time,
correct
back
argument.
in the day, 20 years ago, a foot-long sub cost $5.
Yeah.
I got paid. This is the only time I've ever worked for minimum wage. It was when I worked at Subway. Right? They gave me a half a sub for free, so that's a separate point. But one of the reasons I went to work with Subway was because the fucking deal was so good. They turned around and told me I got a half a sub on my lunch break. And, like, that's great. That's a great thing. But my wife and I, we used to split a $5 footlong between the two of us. On a splurge day, I would get a whole $5 footlong myself, and she'd, we'd actually buy two $5 footlongs, and she'd eat hers over 2 days, and I'd eat mine all at once when we felt like we were on top of the fucking world, which never happened. And so, like, this was my meal, $5 a day, and I was making $300 a week. Now, one of those weeks basically went to rent. But at $300 a week, I could buy a lot of fucking sandwiches for that at $5 a piece. At 13, not so much. Now, you can sit there and you look at the average American wage. The average American wage rose from about $32,000 or about $16 an hour in 20 years ago to what it is today, which is about $60,000 an hour. But the Subway sandwich has risen 160% in the period of time that the American wages have risen 100%. Now, I understand wholeheartedly the duality of that price, the price of goods and services versus the actual wages. A lot of it's due to government policy. A lot of it's due to global trade markets. All of that's true. Matt Walsh pointing out that it was easier to live 20 years ago than it is today is not wrong. Dan Crenshaw coming out and taking his stance is also not wrong. It might be tone deaf, but it's not wrong. Because there are, anybody who wants to watch Caleb Hammer,
we'll
go
just
ahead.
real quick,
Go watch
blind,
fucking Caleb Hammer.
Anyway.
And look at these people who are broke and underwater and can't pay their bills because they got 30 fucking transactions of DoorDash, over a 2-week period.
When I can get a pizza on fucking Klarna and pay for it over the process of 4 weeks, something is deeply wrong.
Well, I mean, you should be able to get the pizza over Klarna if you want to do that. The fact that people are doing that is why is that the thing? Why is that the process that people are choosing? Why are they choosing? Now, granted, I think the way these pay by the week programs go. I think the pay by the week programs, like, they basically, their goal is to get you to fuck up, and so
that's
you
all,
actually don't
pay
as much.
No, it's just another
front.
payday lender. But anyway,
Yeah, I think that not quite. Payday loans, you get charged a standard APY, right? Like, you just get Klarna will do.
It's even worse. But
you have zero APY, but then you get a $50 charge if you're late.
I think that what you guys skipped over, which well, you didn't quite skip over, but you mentioned it very briefly in passing here. It's not that you can buy a pizza on Klarna, or that you can use DoorDash, period. I'll include it in the same vein here. It's that so many people are choosing to do so, and more importantly, choosing to do so when they shouldn't.
And
more importantly, when they can't.
Dan Crenshaw's
when they
point.
can't. And his point is obfuscated. His point is obfuscated by the same bullshit that boomers do when they say, "Oh, you just have to buy your house for $5,000."
Correct.
Like, motherfucker.
It's like,
Well,
all right, I'll
don't
hop in
say
my
that,
fucking
but-
time machine and do that.
But I have so as one of the few people in this podcast who actually earns a living, I've had this conversation with my boomer parents, and it's not, I have the money, I have the thing. They're like, why is it people? I've sat down. The great thing about Zillow is Zillow will pull records from like forever ago. So I sat down with my mother and her husband, and we sat down and we went over costs. And it turns out that at the time that we bought our house and the wages that we had for the wages that we had basically exactly mirrors the wages that my father brought in back in the 90s and the amount that they paid for their house. So budgeting wise, we're basically same proportion of our income, same fees. The difference between these two things is that my father did it with a single earner's income and my house is worth somewhere around 350, 400. And I mean, it's not right now with the fucking work I got to do on it, but it's around 350, 400. And oh yeah, by the way, the houses that I grew up living in are now worth about $1 million. So yes, that's true. That basically I am operating on the same budgeting framework as my parents did. I'm operating on the same salaries my parents had at their approximate same ages, and I've got about the same career. The thing is that the quality of house that I have is radically different. I do not have a $1 million home. I don't have anything remotely approaching a $1 million home. I have to spend my entire weekend like building shit in my house, and it's not the cool shit like an Instagram post or something like that. It's like, oh shit, the fucking wall's caving in because we bought a chunk of land that we really liked, but the house was a giant pile of shit. And this is the problem. This is the problem. The Dan Crenshaw argument is correct. There are people who are paying for DoorDash and paying for Klarna and paying for all this other stuff, and that's really fucking stupid. You guys should fucking cut that shit out. Absolutely. On the other hand, there's the Matt Walsh argument, which is that, hey, how the fuck is it that a Subway sandwich is $13 fucking dollars, motherfuckers?
That blows my mind.
It blows my mind too.
Just the other day, someone brought up McDonald's talking about the price of a meal in 2014 versus 2024. I remember back then, I was just getting into grad school, 2013 or so. A 10-piece nugget meal, size large, it's like $5. $5 or $6. If I go to McDonald's now, it's over double that.
Yeah,
it's like $14. It's
and I'm not saying
crazy.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't buy fat. Like if you
it's
my wife made
it's
this
the state
point,
of the economy.
which I also think is salient to the discussion. If you reined in all your DoorDash and all your fucking fast food purchases and all of that shit, it still wouldn't add up to a down payment for a house.
No, but again, I can't imagine paying for DoorDash, like any of that kind of shit, on top of getting my fast food. Like, that's a
really stupid choice. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like the
And I'm
Dan
not saying that's,
Crenshaw
like, all of
argument
it,
is
but
that you fuckers are retarded for this is retarded. But let's take a step back for a minute there, Dan. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. It's retarded to pay for DoorDash. It's retarded to put a pizza on Klarna. I think that's
still can't
reckless
believe that
and
happens.
irresponsible on the macroeconomic level. It's reckless and irresponsible on personal finances level. It's reckless and irresponsible on the socioeconomic level. You sit there, you talk about all these gambling websites. That's absolutely socially irresponsible. Let's go back to, hey, the government's not doing its fucking job. All of those things are true, Dan Crenshaw. However, if you did all of those things, or you didn't do any of those things, it doesn't put you any closer to buying a fucking house.
Yeah, funny that.
No, and remember, like, a down payment's 20%, right? Thereabouts.
Yeah.
Like, you're not making 20% on what, a $500,000 house.
A $500,000 house, 20% is $100,000. If I turned around and took the worst case offenders for DoorDash, and they're spending, let's say, $50 a week, the $2,500 a year that they spend on DoorDash, which again is fucking retarded, but the $2,500 a year that they're spending on DoorDash, it is going to take approximately 40 fucking years before it's equivalent to the down payment for a house. And by the time that arrives, the house price is going to gone up anyways. So, like, yes, Dan Crenshaw, you're right. These people are retarded. However, Dan Crenshaw, they're retarded in a way that doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't affect the overall macroeconomic standard, which is that people fundamentally cannot get into assets. Now, I can sit there and I can take a look. I do this, right? Like, I'm a landlord. I do rentals. I absolutely am always I'm always scanning the markets. I'm looking for the next fucking one, boys. I'm looking for the next one because I like working my ass off for like 3 weeks 3 months, and then 5 years later it's paying dividends. I love that trade. But guess what? Not everybody has those skills. Not everybody has those tools.
I would like to just mention something very
but
quickly.
There's a lot of sweat equity. And motherfucker, if I did not have to put the sweat equity into my house, like if my house was not sitting here within walking distance of a downtown walkable little town and wasn't on a fucking river and wasn't, a quarter-mile walk away from a park and a freaking pool, like I would be absolutely rip shit with all the work I have to do. I'm still rip shit with the work I have to do. But you can absolutely put in the sweat equity. I wouldn't do it in the future if it wasn't for the fucking location. That's absolutely true. But it doesn't change the fact, boys, that housing is basically out of the price range. Let's back off of this for a minute. Let's talk about
hold on. Let me make my point that I was going to make right on that, because it's perfect and ties into everything. A 1972 Chevrolet Impala 2-door hardtop, brand new, MSRP, $3,720. There you go. Please continue.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, there are plenty of houses on the market that you can buy in decent locations, decent sized houses, all of that stuff. But it's not as good as the stuff we grew up in.
No, that's absolutely true.
And it doesn't, like, if you pay for
want
DoorDash,
to have old
somebody
construction
sat
in
there
new
and pointed
construction,
out it wasn't
you have to add a zero.
It wasn't here. But somebody talked about a luxury ghetto or something like that. These people who are on fucking welfare with $5,000 curtains. And you're like, why the fuck is it that they have a Cadillac? Well, the answer is they don't have enough money to dig themselves out of the fucking hole that they're in. But they do have enough money to buy those $5,000 curtains.
Well, you see, the paycheck came in, and the paycheck was for $5,001, so you got enough to buy for the curtains, so you buy the curtains.
Yeah,
What's
exactly.
a tomorrow?
Well, I don't.
Look,
these people might turn around, they might get a windfall every once in a while, and they'll throw it to their fucking curtains. But this is the fundamental. Like, society is structurally damaged, and if Dan Crenshaw and the people like Dan Crenshaw don't fucking deal with that, that's a serious problem. Here's the reality. Ladies and gentlemen, let's lay out the economics of feminism, if you will. Have any of you guys sat down and done the calculations for what the value of a stay-at-home wife is?
I've actually seen it done somewhere, and it's pretty high.
It is pretty fucking high.
It's crazy high in modern numbers.
The actual value. So I did the calculation. If you consider like cooking, cleaning, and childcare just for a single fucking child, the displaced labor cost, what you would have to pay what you would have to actually work in order to do it, or what you'd have to pay somebody else to do it, is about $80,000 a year.
Yep.
That is the value of a stay-at-home spouse.
Yep.
Now, I don't want to get into the
not just their
the
value.
80-20 split of men that could be stay-at-home spouses being 20%, and women is like 80%.
Well, no, but here,
fucking stay-at-home wives, their value is $80,000 a year, which means that every single person who has a wife who is not making $80,000 a year, or whatever the highest value couple earner is, right? Whoever the lowest value couple earner is, if it's not at least $80,000 a year, you should be staying home and pumping out babies. Right? That's the reality of the situation. Because ultimately, you want to know what the craziest thing is? When you start talking about children and childcare, there is a larger raise that is on every single woman's plate for every child she has. It's about $15,000 fucking dollars a year. You ain't fucking getting that in corporate America, boys. It's $15,000 a year for a woman to stay at home and pump out babies. Every single baby she has, another $15,000 in value that she is providing to that household.
Here's the funny thing. Back when I was first considering it as a
path, so circa 2012ish, that was about the pay bump difference between having a PE and not having a PE. It's just a coincidence, but it's funny.
Yeah, well, actually, it's not that much of a coincidence. So here's the crazy part: if you actually sit down and do the math for like what you could make in general by yourself at home doing some sort of individual labor thing, it always ends up working out to be about $80,000 a year. Wildly, like I've looked at individual tech companies, I've looked at all this other stuff. It's only highly specialized positions working for an employer that you can get beyond $80,000 a year. But like if you're not making $80,000 a year, you should seriously consider self-employment, not these internet gigs or shit like that, because that's hit or miss whether you get it. But like if I wanted to turn around and do beekeeping as a full-time profession, I can reasonably expect to make $80,000 a year off of beekeeping as a full-time profession. If I want to sit there and do like mushrooming and forestry and all that other shit that I like to do, that's probably about $80,000 a year in net revenue. It's kind of wild. It always breaks down to be the same. So you have to have a highly specialized career, highly specialized traits, high-end work ethic, and you can crest above $80,000 a year. But if you are just solo by yourself, you can do $80,000 a year. Everybody who's not making $80,000 a year, in all seriousness, you're basically shortchanging yourself. And the irony is that is exactly what the value is of displaced labor for the stay-at-home wife. And the stay-at-home wife, again, she stays home and she puts out a kid. Every single kid she puts out, an additional $15,000 she is earning you. You got a 4-family household, she's basically sitting there. So I'm going to take $80,000 as the first one. She's essentially earning you like $120,000 a year. So all you fuckers out there who are sitting there and saying that women aren't valuable or any of the other shit, you're fucking wrong. It just so happens that the trait in which they provide the most societal value is in recovering displaced labor, which they do at a higher rate than what you as a man can do. So yeah, you should probably sit there and bust your fucking ass and make at least $80,000 a year, make more than $80,000 a year if you start building a business and building an enterprise, and you should be actively attempting to earn the favor of a woman, because a woman is worth over $80,000 a year in a role as a stay-at-home mom. Like, it's fucking crazy. If there. and by the way, they are hardwired for this shit. My wife, I tell you, I'm going to tell you a story, boys. I'm going to tell you a story. Last November, I come upstairs. I am covered in drywall dust because I've been fucking sanding for the last 4 hours.
I remember that.
My arms are literally falling out. I have terrible arms. I've had shoulder surgeries. I used to be hyperflexible, tore my labrum. I used to call it labia, which was really funny for the wrestling coach until I understand what the difference was. But I tore my labrum a lot. And so my arms, when I work my arms extensively, and I actually do real work, they'll just fucking fall out of the sockets. It sucks. I'll be sitting on the couch watching TV after I've sat there and done a whole bunch of shit, and my arm just is like, oh, I guess it's out again. You can't get up, wiggle it around, and fucking get it back in before you can move your arm again.
Say, hey, Steve, I know you had a hard day, but here's a present.
Yeah. So I go upstairs. I'm fucking blowing plaster out of both sides of my fucking nostrils. My wife, who has not had her child yet, is sitting there and crying. And I said, what the fuck is going on? What happened? Like, I get it. Your pregnancy hormones, blah, blah, blah. She's like, what happens if I'm not super happy with a child? I'm like, bitch, you're like 6 months pregnant. You are way past that point. Like, too fucking bad. These are the kind of things that you hammer out early on.
Well, I guess you're unhappy.
Now I tell you, she had the kid. And we have legitimately, like, before she went back to work, I got forced into a corner about, hey, maybe I need to sit there and make this as an offer that my wife stays home. Now, we have done the math. We have sat there and talked amongst ourselves extensively about what the financial value is. And because she is a principal project manager at a national lab, she is paid more money to go to work than to stay home and take care of our child.
Yeah, so but you pay somebody the $80,000 to do it, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit more than the $80,000 to do it.
Yeah, well.
It literally came up last week
It's a bit more.
where she turned around and said to me directly that I can't. I'm going to try to summarize woman speak that I'm not only half paying attention to 9 times out of 10 because I'm a man.
Godspeed,
like,
Mr. Bundy.
Yeah, like, so it's kind of tough. So, like, I can't remember what exactly it was, but it was something like,
something
oh, no,
along
I
the
was
lines
trying to
of-
put the child to bed. I'm like, damn it, bitch, we got to go fuck. You know, we only have a limited amount of time to fuck, and he's tired enough to go to bed, so he's not going to disturb the penis in the vagina moment that we're going to have in like 30 seconds here. And so I picked up the kid. I'm like, I'm heading upstairs. She's like, you should give me my child back. And I'm like, what do you mean I should give you your child back? I want to get fucking laid. And she turned to me and she said, I don't get, it was like on a Sunday or something like that, I don't get to have him tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, correct. We're going to daycare. The world fucking moves on. I am horny. Let's go. And she turns around to me and she says, listen, if I did not make as much fucking money as I did, I would stay home. But because I'm not staying home, you're going to give me my goddamn child. This is the reality. They're hardwired for it.
Huh.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Like, once they have the first child, it's amazing, and it's love, and it's all this other stuff. So all of this lifestyle that we've built in this modern era, where we're turning around and we're telling women that they should go out and work, and we're telling men that they need to make less than $80,000 a year and work for another company because they got to pay off their college degree and all the other shit. Guess what? It fucking blows. Because the reality is, women would rather be at home with their babies.
Oh shit.
Men would rather be at home fucking their women and making more
no shit.
babies. Right? So somehow we've moved into this space where we're not talking about the actual economics of the stay-at-home wife, which would displace something like $80,000 in labor costs for cleaning services, childcare services, and food. We are at a point where the average man is not making as much as he would make if he was working independently on just about anything. And oh yeah, by the way, the wage productivity curve, all the other stuff fucking sucks. Now, we could turn around and we can look at this and we can say, hey, part of this is because we sat there and offshored our fucking jobs to China. Guess what, politicians? That's on you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it doesn't change the fact that simultaneously there's some personal responsibility. And this is the craziest fucking
we
thing
voted
about
for
this.
him.
This is the craziest thing about this, is personal responsibility matters. Dan Crenshaw is correct. He's just obtuse. Because regardless of how correct he is, there is a sensation and a feeling that if I have to pay $13 for a goddamn Subway sandwich, that I'm fucked.
Yeah, the long and the
And
short
if I
of it
turn
is...
around and I save myself $2,500 a year in DoorDash fees, or I sit there, I say $2,500 a year in
like,
DoorDash
you
fees,
can't even
or I
compound
say,
interest your way
it
out of it.
doesn't fucking matter because it's going to be 40 years for me to buy a fucking house.
Well, here's the
So
thing,
guess
Steve,
what, Dan Crenshaw? Shove it.
fair.
Steve,
You
here's the other side of
fucks.
it.
You fucks made this system suck. You fucks made this system such that everybody feels obligated to an employer. Everybody feels obligated to pay back the loans from the bank. Everybody's sitting there and suffering. Because you know what? I guarantee you that if you could turn around and offer to every single person who's every single millennial and probably most of Gen X or Gen Z there, Gen Alpha's not quite there yet. But if you turn around and said, hey, I've got an idea. You don't take out a massive amount of debt. You'll make $80,000 a year just in general market economics without you actually working for somebody else. And if you want to work for somebody else, they have to hire you at more than $80,000 a year. Would you be very okay with just coming home and fucking your wife every day because she's not exhausted, she's really enthusiastic about having her fucking child? And I guarantee you every fucking millennial would be like, yeah. Yeah. It's not that I want to see the woman in the kitchen. I don't give a shit
It's
what
just
she
that
does.
it's economically
Well,
viable.
I want to get fucked, and I want to have kids. Like,
It's
that's
not
it.
that I just want to see her in the kitchen. There's other things I
It's
want to
just
do.
that the numbers
Yeah.
support her being
I
in the
want
kitchen.
access to pussy. And if I don't get access to pussy, because she just had to sit there and put out a fucking budget proposal for the goddamn motherfucking government for the 30th fucking time. Well, guess what, motherfucker? My sex life has been impacted by this fucked up economy that Dan Crenshaw's like, pull your bootstraps up. No, motherfucker. I want pussy. I want pussy. I want pussy on a daily basis. I want pussy on a weekly basis. And if my wife was to stay home and take care of my child and I got more pussy, I'd be way happier about it.
Oh, there you go. There's your index.
And I'd have more kids.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, there you go. So
You know what kids are elsewise in the house?
What's
That's
that?
free labor. I said, you know what kids are elsewise in the
That's
house, right?
correct.
Yeah, somebody's
Yeah,
got to pick
you
up the
gotta-
garbage.
That's your
We
lawnmower.
gotta
That's your
repeal these
roofer.
like child labor laws and like the
No.
you can't
Labor
taser
laws
your
don't apply
children
here.
when they misbehave. But that's a
Labor laws don't apply.
separate rant.
Labor laws don't apply. You're paying them with a bed and a roof.
Well, I think Steve wants somebody to help
Pretty
mine.
sure that's how I was explained it.
But, you know. But as we all know, children love the mines. They do. It is natural
correct.
in
They
children
yearn.
to want to
They
go
yearn
into
for the
the
mine.
mine.
It's what
They
you do. It's what you do in the backyard as soon as you get out there. First thing you do, two things. One, you start digging until you make Lake Erie.
Exactly. Monetize this stuff. You know? What are we doing?
Well,
Anyway.
you know, like one of the things that we've done, we've taken a different approach than how we were raised with our kid. And the key aspect there is to step up and be like, okay, you're gonna go and do whatever the fuck it is that we're doing. We're not gonna sit there. You're gonna, like, if we're outside working, you're gonna be outside with us. You might not be able to work, but you're gonna watch us work.
You gotta
And
hang
then
out, yeah.
when
Real
you
quick,
get
I-
older,
I actually
you're
have to
gonna be
cut
able
in
to
here,
participate.
and I have to tell you something, because it's surprisingly pertinent, and I did not expect that. Because I don't know if I've told you, I am working on an RPG setting, and in my research of this historical era, I have found that basically up until the modern era, this is literally how children lived. They went with their parents. They did what their parents did. They spoke like their parents. They didn't speak like children.
Yeah.
They learned from the same books
My
their
parents
parents
didn't
learned
bullshit me like that. My parents spoke to me like I was an adult.
from. And that's up
And they
until
didn't, like,
basically
say,
the
"Hey,
modern
you
era. That's
fuckhead,"
how
but, like-
just about every childhood ran.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough.
They decided that they're going to speak to me like I'm an adult, and that way I learned personal responsibility. I learned how to speak to an adult, not speak to a child.
well, it's not even
Like,
that.
that was
man.
that was important. It's like you don't learn how
Like,
to speak
all
to a
of
child.
that aspect is really important, but like, you're a parent, right? It's a fucking job, and
Right.
and it's a great job. I tell you, cuddling with my son is amazing. I get home from work and he wants a nap and I want a nap and I go fucking nap with my kiddo and it's great. He just sits there like, he looks up at you, he gives you a couple kisses, he says some random shit that doesn't actually sound like words, and then he sits there, you give him his binky, and he curls up in the arms, and it's not like sitting there and sleeping with a woman, right? I mean, sleeping with a woman's fun, but sleeping next to a woman is a fucking bear. They like hot box the fucking covers. They're 1,000 fucking degrees. It's a human being at full scale. A little child is like a little like space heater. It's like a space heater that's sitting there in the
Well,
nook
you
of
don't
your
put them down
arm.
by your feet, though.
Yeah, well, I mean that's not the right place to have them. But they just sit there. They put off just enough heat that you have like this heat source, so you're never really cold, and it just gives you the greatest. Like, it's a nice deep sleep. It's a good deep sleep. Doctors can go fuck themselves with the don't co-sleep with your child thing, because that is
What the
clearly
fuck
the
did that
way
become a thing?
evolution
No,
was meant
that's
to be had.
That's apparently a thing.
When the fuck did that become advice?
That's actually very common advice, surprisingly.
Yeah, that's
That
pretty much
can't
the
be
norm.
recent.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like
reasonable advice.
from what I understand, that's pretty much what any given doctor, other than some real progressive dudes, are going to tell you.
So if you actually get into the data on it, you're correct. That is what every doctor says. But if you actually get into the data on it, it's like basically American children fucking die from co-sleeping and European children
Right.
don't die from co-sleeping. So it's a recommendation for Americans. and we don't really understand the difference.
I wonder what the demographic numbers are on that
Americans
cost.
have more money and buy more luxurious bedding, that the children just suffocate in the massive pillows.
It's because we're well off.
I wonder if this has anything to do with Sharkesia. Anyway.
But yeah, like it's great. Like having the kid and napping with the kid, that's fucking great. It's the best in the world. You get a great like. Now I don't want to say I get a solid sleep because there's this adaptation phase.
Well, you get a
really
solid
rough.
hour of sleep.
Yeah, you will. You'll absolutely
a natural alarm
I will
clock
be
is awesome,
exhausted and dead ass fucking tired, and I'll be like, you know what? From 6 to 7 p.m., I'm gonna nap with my kiddo. And my wife's like, oh, kill the kiddo. I'm like, no, nah, bitch. This kiddo is he's like a sleeping pulse. He just great times. It's great times. You just chill out. Kiddo sleeps. I sleep. And then she comes and retrieves the kiddo because she's, hasn't had him for however long it is, whatever it's her last
7,
hit of crack.
8 minutes, 30 minutes,
Kiddo
whatever.
crack. And then I get off and I go to work for the rest of the night. And it's great because I work from like 7 till 10 or 7 till 11, and I'm energized because I have my nap with my kiddo. It's good times.
Hey, there you go. Well, speaking of energized, it's getting to a pretty late hour, so we should probably get to wrapping.
We are getting there.
That said,
Yeah.
I've actually got 3 great stories to close us out.
Okay.
The first one is from a guy that we've been sharing stuff from for the past few weeks because he's generally
Is
got
it
something.
furry?
Jesus, what is your obsession with furries?
I'm not the one who brought him on the show. It's your obsession with furries, damn it.
I'm not obsessed. I'm not the one who keeps bringing it up. I don't ever bring them back because they're kind of banned now for a reason.
Yeah.
Yet old Steve
You
here's
brought
like,
it
hey,
into the
so what's
space.
the deal with the furries? We got a furry coming in. Come on. Tell me about this furry. We get a furry, right? All right, come on. Come on, that furry. Come on.
It's okay. It's
Need
okay.
that furry.
You
Need that
love
furry.
furries.
Come on,
it's okay.
It's just
It's okay.
interesting.
I don't judge you too much. Only a little bit.
I just find it interesting is all. Just an interesting thing. Anyway, moving
You're
along.
just asking questions.
Yeah, you're just asking questions. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Candace Evans.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, you mentioned that one, so we probably ought to cover that one, too. Because...
Okay. All right.
Well...
Lay it on us, Catcher.
Man, that's almost worth just going into the Candace stuff right away, because...
Fuck
But there's also Candace, so it's just genuinely not worth going into it at all.
Hey, come on. We got 15
I mean,
minutes. We'll
let's
like
be
that.
honest. It would absolutely be worth going into Candace. She's at least a solid 7, maybe an 8.
Well, you know.
Oh, God. Come on.
Well, I want to disagree.
Listen, I like that jungle.
I
pussy.
want to disagree with Steve here, but as they say, crazy women, they're amazing in bed. That's just the way it is. They
I
just are.
guarantee you, she probably rocks that. What is it, Prince's World or whatever the fuck it is?
Oh yeah,
She
I
rocks
mean,
this
and
world.
she is a specimen. So
She is.
There's very good possibility.
I would be very satisfied. Now, granted, like, you'd go in there and she'd be like, did you know that Erica Kirk fucking murdered Charlie Kirk? I'd be like, okay, honey.
Well,
And
but
how
she might
about
actually want you to
get on
just
your
make
knees
sure
and we'll negotiate this and then she'd come back and she'd be like, and I'll be like, just swallow.
well,
okay,
she might
just swallow.
She's probably one of those types that's like, listen, I don't get with lizard people because
Right. So as long as you beat the "I'm not a lizard person" challenge, I bet you that she is a blast. Every hole is a wonderful adventure.
Well, that.
I mean, it's kind of like I figure Kamala Harris is the same way, right? Like you just have to
that
sit
bitch is
there
too drunk
and be
to
like,
fuck.
okay.
Come on now. That
Thank
bitch
you.
is too drunk to fuck.
Yes, sex in the hole is like a hole for sex.
Oh,
I
come on
agree
now.
with you, honey.
Evan. Consider this. You never have to pregame with her. That's all the time. You just have to make sure she doesn't drink anymore.
Yeah,
I don't-
that's true.
I don't think that
It's
there
true.
is-
You just she's probably right at that perfect level of alcoholic intoxication.
Well, depending on what time of day you catch her, maybe not. I mean, we all saw the
No,
debates.
I bet you she is ready to rock.
Pelosi.
Like, she wakes up at 3 o'clock, hits her flask, and you're like, you know what?
Well, the only thing I'm going to say to that is that the wheels on the bus are known to go round when the bus
Evan,
goes.
I am sure she would take your bus round and round.
Maybe.
As long as she's not getting into Nancy Pelosi's
Actually,
vodka ice cream pantry.
Nah, no. Not even on no. Like, a lot of money. Anyway, Jesus.
Evan would be stuck wondering what the fuck's going on with that missy under her chin.
Jesus Christ.
Now that I've given you that horrifying imagery, let's go ahead and move on.
I don't know.
Anyway,
like,
back to crazy chicks. Back to crazy chicks, not alcoholic chicks. So Candace has put in a move to dismiss
what if
the.
they're both?
I mean, maybe, but that's not what we're talking about right now. So there's a defamation lawsuit that a man by the name of Brian Harpole has issued against her, and she's trying to dismiss the defamation lawsuit over claims that Harpole, Erica Kirk, and the U.S. military helped plan Charlie Kirk's assassination at Fort Huachuca.
Right.
And she has said that she is excited to be sued because of Discovery.
Oh man, yes, everyone wants to see Discovery.
And
Please.
I quote,
do this.
"Sue me, I want subpoena power."
Do it, Erica, do it.
So there's
my goodness.
There's your Candace update.
Please do this. Give us this comedy. We need this. This country needs to heal.
Couldn't hurt.
I just don't understand
see,
why
the background.
everybody's all mad at Candace. She's taken all the crazies. She's penned them up.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean,
Like
it's kind of a
Like,
Q
they're all
situation,
located
though.
in one spot.
Anyway,
And I'm pretty sure the cycle of, like, the anti-Semitic crazies and the normal crazies are all there too, right? Like, I'm
not at
pretty
all.
sure the people who go the Jews over everything are the same people who, like, Erica Kirk killed her husband.
A lot of
not
them.
at all.
Yeah, at this point, a good amount of them.
So,
Yeah,
like,
some, but-
she's just a street sweeper.
I don't know.
She provides a necessary function to the conservative movement.
I really don't know about that one.
Oh yeah.
I 100 million quintillion% don't really know about that one. But anyway, moving on past crazy chicks. Jesus, crazy women will ruin your life.
You don't get to move on past them.
Unfortunately, you kind of don't.
They are always,
No,
you may sit there and leave
we're done
your
with that.
semen
We
and
are moving
DNA
on
in a week.
This has been
Her life-
Steve's advice hour.
She imprints her psyche upon you for the rest of yours.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're moving on. I don't want to talk about her right now because it's a fucking another one, and I don't feel like talking about that fucking bitch. Anyway,
Stop giving him.
yeah, you're giving me fucking PTSD. Shut up. Now, cool app, file transfer, phone to phone, full data, no Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, no cables, no nothing. Optical transfer. Active. It's like an active QR code, basically. Guy, just with the whole vibe coding thing that's going on, decided, hey, I want this cool new way to transfer some files between two phones, and they did it. It's kind of like the old school, like codes or some of the early uses of QR codes where it actually had data embedded. And no, they did it. It's cool. And the whole thing, what's the size limits at the moment? About 129 kilobits? No, kilobytes per second. That's not bad. I mean, that's not fast, but for just transferring straight data with just optical transmission, that's pretty cool. But anyway, the thing I've been saving for the end of the show. It has no.
Yes.
Thank you for not saying anything. Much obliged.
All I said was yes.
No, not you.
Okay. What have you been saving for the end of the show?
Please, regale us, Evan.
The NFA.
Listen, Evan, when it comes to saving...
You can save money with insert sponsor here. Contact us.
Yeah.
So I can pay these dudes. Anyway.
You want to hear a funny story? A funny story,
I
right?
want to hear the story at the end of the show.
The difference between siblings. So, back when my wife and I were struggling to conceive, right, my sister pulled me aside. And she said, I think I know what your problem is.
What did your sister say?
What do you think it is? She's like, I made my husband wait a month. And that way the potency builds.
Oh my god. Yeah, and the peas stored in the balls, right? Jesus fucking...
Well, you know, semen retention, so they say. There you go.
I don't think you understand. There's no potency problem. I'm like a mushroom.
Well, the things you learn.
Yeah.
How about that? Anyway, so the NFA's fucked. Federal judge knocked it down a few days back, and the ATF is, as of now, we're on the countdown. Come the 12th, they're not going to be able to enforce pretty much most of the NFA. Because, as I spelled it out earlier, if there is no tax on these items, and the only way that the NFA exists is as a tax, necessarily, it cannot. And that's exactly what a federal judge found. Now, quick caveat. Judge found this a few days ago, and I'm talking about the future. That's because there was a hold put on that to allow the government time to respond. And, of course, they will. They absolutely will, I guarantee you. But this case that was brought out of, largely out of Silencer Code, but it's got B&T USA, Palmetto State, Firearms Regulatory Council, FPC, a bunch of states. A lot of people are involved in this. But it's a really good case, and looks like we might be able to not have to buy pistols with braces soon. Or shotgun pistols. You can just have a shotgun with a 14-inch barrel, or an AR rifle with a 14.99-inch barrel and not get fucked in the ass by ATF agents. So,
well, let's wait till they get the memo.
Yeah, but I mean,
afterwards.
if the barrel's short, it's not going to hurt so much.
Well, they don't actually use the barrel.
You know what?
They generally...
You know what, Steve? We do need someone to go ahead and volunteer to help us with collecting that information. Would you go ahead and do that for us?
I think he can't do that. I think he's in New York. So you got a save today, sir. Saved by the law. Funny enough, huh? Didn't expect that one. Well, anyway, fellas, was there anything else you were wanting to share before we call it a night on this show?
I think we hit a lot of the highlights here.
Yeah,
we did. We did. I was actually predominantly focused on the Walsh versus Crenshaw debate.
Oh, fair.
I thought that was a good rant.
Yeah.
Well, there's certainly a point.
You know, I think were it not that it would take another day or so of the podcast, I think I would have asked you how you really felt about it. I think we've gone ahead and wrapped that up with a bow for now.
So well, like the economics thing, right? If we take a step back,
motherfucker,
more professional for like 30 seconds.
Don't make me mute you.
I'm not
hey,
you.
Come on, it's not free yet. We're almost there.
The economics thing is always an interesting aspect because it's really the only thing that's worth talking about.
Okay.
If you want to start talking about the dumbest fucking shit that Trump said, it had to be when he turned around and been like, there's no affordability crisis, the economy's great. No, you retard. That's not how this fucking works. So, like, I actually think the economics argument is very, very compelling.
I think it's funny when he does that, largely because he's doing it in a relativist mindset. Our economy is doing okay relative to everyone else.
I don't know what his thought process is.
Well,
I don't think it fucking matters.
he goes in front of everyone, and he represents the country to the world, not just to us. So when he says to everyone, the economy is doing great, it's a projection of our success as much as it is. I would say at this point, he's basically got to be keeping it as aspirational. I mean, a lot of the markers, and this is the fucked up thing, because under Biden, it was a similar situation. A lot of markers are indicating a successful economy. A very low unemployment ratio is very good.
I thought the unemployment ratio was... Well, actually, I take that back. The jobs report showed that a lot of people got shit-canned.
But I was going to say that the other side of this is, under Biden, a lot of people stopped looking for work, and those are not counted in the U3 number that is quoted as the standard unemployment rate. The U6 number counts everyone who is unemployed, and that showed an uptick under Biden. Under Trump, we're seeing a reasonable correlation between U3 and U6. So it's not so much that people have stopped looking for work. The people getting fired thing, that's an interesting side of that he's going to have to answer for sometime near midterms. Because, again, the pinch at the store, it can be blamed back on the Bidenomics as to why we had the inflation to start with. But when it comes to lowering the cost of energy, which is going to lower the cost of everything, we're still looking at when that's going to happen. And the fact is, he probably isn't capable of projecting that future cost dividend into the discussion for the typical American. That our investment in getting rid of Maduro is going to be a huge boost in the coming few years to our energy production capacity here in the country from revenues.
I actually think that one's an easier
Venezuela.
Explanation.
You'd think so, but apparently bullshitting is coming more naturally to him.
Well, again, right, like, this is the problem that Trump has, is that he just bullshits. And it is really hard to be like, hey, I want to have a serious discussion about the economy when he's fucking trumping it up.
Fair.
Anyway.
Well,
like, it's just, it's a constant thing with him. It's just not...
Look, I didn't vote for him.
Well, speaking of constant things, there is something I need to mention that I almost forgot. That is actually, it was a very constant thing. Because I remember hearing about it all the time on the fucking news. The Oxford comma. And Anthony Fauci's use thereof. And James Comey's use thereof. Specifically, James Comey. Because the way that they used the Oxford comma in their official communique was OXFERD. And whenever they would put an O, like in comma, it would be C0MMA. Because when you file a FOIA looking for the word Oxford comma, well, you certainly don't spell it that way, now do you? So, that's just one thing that I almost let that pass. So thank you for reminding me of that one.
Interesting.
That's kind of a weird one.
Yeah, just Fauci and Comey and just that whole crew being absolute fucking garbage pieces, garbage piles.
Well, hold on. Like, what's the significance of?
It was significantly significance. It was specifically to obfuscate the communications they were having that they didn't want to come out.
If you use a FOIA search and you search for a keyword, and the keyword is not the word that's in the email, then you don't get the email.
Yeah, I understand that.
That is the basis.
They knew that they would be FOIA'd.
Who the fuck is searching for Oxford comma?
Well, when you name an Operation Oxford comma, people will search for it.
Got it.
Yep.
So,
I didn't know there was an Operation.
Oh yeah, that specifically is Comey, but yeah. So let's close out with a little bit of interesting good news. We've talked a few times about what's happening with Sony and their whole disk drive thing. So, number one, the next Xbox is apparently going to be backwards compatible all the way to the original Xbox, which means it necessarily requires a disk drive. Cool.
Good.
Number 2,
Okay.
out of California. Good news. I know, crazy. It does happen, though. It does happen because it is such an insanely litigious place. Sometimes good people can file lawsuits, too. So that's exactly what's happening here. Sony is getting taken to court because of the verbiage on the PlayStation Digital Store, which says, buy now and confirm purchase. And if you buy something and you confirm that you've purchased it, that means you own it. But not according to Sony, but not also according to California law. So this will be an interesting one to see how it plays out. And with that, I think that's a pretty good note to end on. Anything else you guys wanted to cover that's not 10 minutes long? Steve?
It's not 10 minutes long?
Yes, it's not. I'll take that for a
worth
no.
talking about if it's not taking 10 minutes to talk about it.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
No, me
Good
neither.
answer. All right. So, everybody, you can find me at That Fake Guy Dead. You can find my man Steve here at Ratman720, and you can find Craig at CraigBob99. It has been an absolute pleasure sharing our thoughts, opinions, and our truth with you, which is true because, we generally just deal in that. But anyway, be well, be safe out there in the world. Share the show with everybody you got in all of your general circles, family, friends.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
That's right. And super hype and double chat and make sure that the cow jumps over the moon. And with that, we'll be back again soon, everybody. Be good, be safe, be well out there in this crazy-ass world.